Hello, 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 everyone. I hope you're all doing well. And yes, please keep, your thoughts and good vibes and everything going towards those who are still without power after Hurricane Francine. So I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everyone's having a good Friday, a good start to the weekend, right? Shabbat Shalom to all who keep Shabbat, etc., etc. So for today, since we hit the dono goal, which is the book dono goal, every time we hit it, we get to watch a bad history video, right? And so far we have two WhatIfAltHist videos in a row, but there are others, right? There are others, and so if we hit this goal again, then we will get to choose another one, right? But also, if you would just like to help me with my research, right, it's also a way to get something in return for the help that you all give me. So, and with the sub goal too, if we hit the sub goal, the one down here, down here, then I will do a serious historical topic, right? But of course, if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can always do so in Patreon, etc. My birthday is Sunday. Oh my goodness, that's wonderful to hear. Well, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. So, I thought smoochies boochies. Yes, that's right. That's right. So I thought it would be a good thing to, after having to do the live translation, right? The live what's it called? Of the Tantua documentary, because it's like, I think people can tell, like those of you that were there live, when it was going on, right, that it's getting darker, right? Like it's only gonna get more and more, so I thought it would be nice to instead, kind of kind of have these breaks in between. So I thought this would be perhaps a good way to deal with that, because that documentary is, it's a hard watch. Even though I've watched it multiple times, because it's part of research that I plan to do, right, for another project later on down the line. But nonetheless, I still think that we have to have a break after all of that, especially after reading Zygmunt Bauman and then watching that documentary. So without further ado, we have a rough couple of months in front of us. Oh, 1000%. And so that's why, I was thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could try to go more into the documentary, right? But then that's going to be the whole stream, right? Like me translating it from Catalan, because it's dubbed in Catalan, into English, right? And then also giving, discussion about it, etc. Because I have the books here next to me that go into detail, right? Like Ilan Pape's book, right, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, or other books, right, that go into in detail, right, everything that they're talking about. So that will occur, but I thought having a nice little break would be, nice, especially for a Friday. So as I said, without further ado, here we have WhatIfAltHist Top 11 Historical Misconceptions, which I don't know. One thing going in right away is that he doesn't read anything written after the 60s, right? That's not good, right? Like when it comes to historiography, if you want to know about history, you want to read the latest research, right? Like the latest research, because it has been won through peer review, right? And I can already tell there's going to be a lot of pop history stuff in here. But again, you'll still want to go with whatever is the latest stuff, because that means that stuff that was thought to be true in the 60s, right, could have already been, as it were, like overturned, right, etc., etc. So let me just speed it up just a little bit, because, you know. Okay.
I've spent my life stuck in the past. I run a history show, and so it basically goes without.
Gosh. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, now that he's being called a historian, now it's like, well, are you a historian, or are you someone that likes history, right? Like, are you a history buff, right? Because there is a gulf between those two things, right? You know, you can really like history and reading history and like factoids, right, about history, and know about this and this and that. But a historian is someone who recognizes the fact that history is multiple hermeneutical processes, right, by which we are always questioning what we know about the past, right? And understanding that, like Tuyo writes, that, like, by remembering, right, we create the past, right? Which is, you know, one of the things we also have to keep in mind. So that's a big problem with sticking only to pre-60 stuff and then to now be considered a historian, right? Is that then you fall into the problem of, well, now people begin to take you as if you're an authority on history, and he's not. Hello, FLFNF. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. So, YouTube assumes I can't spell Shakespeare. Oh.
And this is unbelievably nerdy, but it's still true. Once you spend enough time in the past and get better at understanding it, it's almost like a foreign country that you learn to like and respect. And so when people try to misconstrue the past, you feel somewhat upset and want to defend it.
Bro, to even say, like, oh, when people want to misconstrue the, bruh, do you know yourself? Like, you know, like you know that meme of that, I don't know who the person is, right? But it's like me watching, like, myself lying or something, right? And they have, like, an iPad right there or something, and they're, like, watching their own video. It's like, bruh, it's literally, you're literally playing that out right now by saying that.
This is why this video exists. This video isn't meant to look at stuff where it's clearly some special interest group involved.
Special interest group. It's kind of weird to talk about a special interest group in the context of this photo. But I did stop him mid-sentence, so I will give him that. But still, it still doesn't look good saying that type of phrasing. I spelt it right. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, again, like, it's funny because, like, it wasn't until the 18th century, really, and even then, like, until the 19th century, when they really decided on the official spelling of the historical Shakespeare's name, because the historical personage, right, signed it all sorts of different ways. So anyway, including the way I spell it. So
Holocaust deniers will continue to deny the Holocaust since they hate Jews. The Turks will continue to deny the Armenian genocide. Indians will continue to hate on Churchill.
Wait. You cannot compare Holocaust deniers. Whoa, what? Okay. Holocaust deniers will always blah blah blah, right? Okay, fine, sure, if you want to argue that. I literally have the book denying the Holocaust right here, of all things. Like, literally have that shows that actually it's not as simple as people think. Like people that think that there's, like, a latent anti-Semitism. I mean, kind of like what we were speaking about before, with Bauman, right? That would be an attempt to naturalize it, but saying Turks as a category, right, would also have this. I mean, that is literally what Zygmunt Bauman talks about in Modernity and the Holocaust, right? Like, that's literally what we went over yesterday. That if you do that, you're just saying, oh, well, there's nothing that could have been done. It was going to happen anyway. When no, that's not what, like, and another thing too is that it wasn't just Armenians, right? It was also Greek Turks, right? It was also, it was other peoples as well, Circassians, etc., etc., etc. So to say that this group of people is always going to be this way, that's just racism. I mean, that's just being racist. But to say Indians will always hate Churchill, I think that if we know, right, like if people from India know, and we do know, that Churchill caused the second Bengal famine, right, which caused like between 2 and 4 million deaths in Bengal, right, and it was completely avoidable, completely up to Churchill to have, like, Churchill's the one that caused it. I don't think it's, like, wrong for people, like the victims of that, right, to hate the main person that perpetrated it, right? Like, that's like saying, like, Jewish people couldn't hate Hitler, right? Like, of course we can, it's like, I don't even know. I'm not on the pro Churchill camp in the first place, so I was invited from the Bituation Room. Oh, nice. That's with Francesca, right? Francesca has such pretty hair. Like, for each of these, I will type out the reason why I believe this misconception is popular. Sorry, but hating on Churchill for causing the Bengal famine is not, like, a misconception of history. That's just you trying to be, like, an Anglo-supremacist and being like, Churchill was a great man, To the left. I'll be back. I'm on a Discord run. Okay. Yeah. And what it serves. I mean, again, like, when he said special interest groups and it showed that picture of the entrance, I believe it's actually to Bergen-Belsen, but I could be wrong. It doesn't, like, that sounded like it was supposed to mean something else, but then, but just saying, well, of course deniers are always going to deny. I mean, the whole point of the David Irving, Deborah Lipstadt trial was that he didn't want to be labeled a denialist, right? Only after the trial where they were like, yeah, this dude is a Holocaust denier, then he was like, oh, well, I'm never going to stop, right? But there are people that have stopped being so, right? Like, that's literally saying, like, oh, well, you can't help it, it's just going to be that way. Like, literally Bauman is like, yeah, that is not true. So here we are. And also, hello PB, hello Bad Lefty, welcome in, all both of you.
This video looks at stuff we get wrong history without even thinking about it. Although
I'm good.
Feeds into a certain narcissism and prejudice inside our current
Stop,
society.
please stop using clinical language. Right, like when people stop diagnosing people and all that stuff. Like, can we please just stop? Please. Like, look, I know it's me saying don't use a certain vocabulary because blah blah blah, but stop diagnosing people like that you don't know. But also stop using. In fact, this was actually a news report. I remember reading it that psychiatrists and even people that actually have narcissistic personality disorder hate the fact that now that term is so overused that the people that are actually suffering from it now have, like, people not taking their suffering seriously at all because people keep using the word to mean anything and accusing people of having that condition. So anyway.
These are all sort of controversial claims on my part, so for each claim I'm going to...
Oh no. Okay, so much a quick and dirty guide to war. Okay, look. I'm just gonna put this right here. Those type of titles, right, don't tend to be academic ones, right? Like the Oxford History of Medieval Europe, that I will give credence to, right? Because I know that like the way how Oxford histories work, and the reason why it says edited by as opposed to one person having written it, is because they get experts of different aspects of the Middle Ages in Europe, and they let them write one chapter, one chapter, one chapter, one chapter. It's the same thing with the Oxford History of Mexico. It's the same thing with the Oxford History of whatever. Like that is why those things are held in such high regard by scholars like myself, right? But when you get something like that's titled like a quick and dirty guide to war, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is Kissinger the yeah? I really liked World at War. Great documentary. Oh yeah, yeah. Dirty, dirty war. I mean, yeah.
Pick one or two books that are the best source to back me up. So to start, number 11. The commanders in World War I were idiots. You could say I made this list 11 rather than 10 to like going over the top too much. At least here I'm facing internet comments and not machine guns. We sort of have this myth.
I mean, okay, like, I mean, yeah, you have YouTube comments, but you don't have to go through peer review, right? Like, I can say without, you know, any shame at all. Like, I've had tons of my articles, denied, right? But the comments I got back to then sharpen my arguments and to better my research on the topic I was, right, led to later those becoming published articles, right? Like, that's the whole point of peer review, right? Like, most of the time they're going to be denied, right? The like, that is why we know that only especially like the more prestigious you know like like um like the Journal of American History, right? Or the British Journal of Historical Studies, or whatever it might be, right? Like, whatever the titles may be, like, the higher up you go that they're like the journals, right, then it's going to be harder, right? Their acceptance rate is even lower. But the peer review process is not a like, oh, they said no, so I'm going to give up. It's a, they said no, so I have to refine everything, right? I have to research more and do more and think about my argument more, make sure that I organize my argument correctly. YouTube comments don't really do that, right? Oh, I am. That is so. Here, let me do one quick thing. Because I do kind of see. I was supposed to download something, but. Let's see how it goes now.
That much of the bloodshed of the battles like the Somme, Ypres, Verdun, etc. were caused by commanders.
I really like World at War, I guess, document. Yeah. A quickie war. Yeah, exactly. Was it narrated by Charles Heston or some other big actor? Right, exactly. Looney, how come you never make Discord run for the serfs? Also, this is an older video of his, so also the audio on his side is lower, too, like, than his usual videos. Like, now it's much more louder because he has better sound equipment. But this was like earlier on, just to keep that in mind too. Oh my gosh, I misread that PB. Like, at first, like, I was just glancing at it, and I did not. Anyway.
That were completely out of touch with modern technology and incapable of changing their techniques. Cold-blooded killers who cared nothing for the piles of bodies they made. There's a couple important variables to keep in mind. The first is that
I mean, again. It's not as though the generals are not necessarily on the front lines. Like, I don't know why people have this, like, oh, they lead from the front. There are famous people in the past that did that, but, like, especially in Germany, but as well, like the British, right? It's like all of the commanding officers, like, essentially the more power you had, the farther away you were from the front line, right? You were at the at the base camp or whatever, at wherever the baggage train was, right? You were usually there, right? And then through the series of different, going down the hierarchy, that's how that is done, right? Like Eisenhower wasn't just like running around with all these people giving them direct orders. They came down the chain of command. Um, so in a sense, like, yeah, for generals and for people that are at sort of the pinnacle of control, they don't see the average battalion, brigade, etc., right? They just see it on a map and say, oh, move 20,000 here and 3,000 there, right? Like, to them it is just numbers, right? Because that's one of the things of modern warfare, is that, right, there is that alienation of the humanity of people, right, with all of these new, right? I mean, this is why, like, All Quiet on the Western Front, right, all of these anti-war novels became so popular, right, at the time, because they showed how inhumane and unhuman, right, one might say, right, war actually was, right? That, like, like Wilfred Owen, right, when he says, like, that, like, and you shall know, I forget exactly how the line goes, but it's something saying, like how it's a lie, right? That dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, right? Uh, that you will hear the same old story, right? Blah blah blah, right? Like, for quite obvious reasons. Yeah, exactly. It's not peer review.
World War I was the first lengthy European war in 99 years, and this was during the era of the greatest technological.
It was the greatest war in 99 years. So, so he's thinking the Napoleonic Wars were the last great wars, not like the Crimean War. The other war. Europe has so many wars. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like you could literally just say, like, the blank years war, and it probably is right. At this point. Um, but, like, I don't know. I think, like, the Crimean War would be one of those, like, because it's in 53. What's from 50? It's from 52 to 54, right? So I think that that would definitely go on there, because, I mean, it involved the French, the British, the Russians, and the Ottomans. So the four great powers, right? I would think that that's a little, or like the Russo-Japanese War, right? Which some people say that's like World War Zero, but I don't like thinking of it like that. Although, to be fair, by the end of the Civil War, the North had already developed the tactics Germany ended up using at the end of World War One. I mean, they wrote about which tactics they used, and military history was a thing, and that's why you have von Clausewitz, right? Like, writing his thing. I mean, Clausewitz is literally from where we get the phrase "the fog of war." It didn't exist prior to that. He wrote about it, right? That caused the spring 1918 offensive. So the battle, came to be so deadly. The fact that no European army decided to look to the American Civil War or Russo-Japanese War as a precedent should be counted against them. Wait, but you just said. Okay. That doesn't make sense, but okay, fine.
Progress ever. Also, keep in mind this was the first war in which technological progress was an immediately apparent variable. Roughly similar.
No. No. That's not true. One of the every war is a war where any aspect of technical superiority plays an immense role. Like, one of the reasons why, if we were to look at one, again, historians usually don't like to do this, right? But if you were gonna, like, zero in on something and be like, this really helped the United States Army when it invaded Mexico, is that they had mobile artillery, right? Like, mobile, and that allowed it to attack, more in different formations rather than the way how Mexico in its defensive positions could, right? That was something that gave it an upper hand, right? That was because they could move it around, right? Um, but again, like that's such a like focusing on that does that kind of like tech tree kind of thing, right? Where it's like, oh, it's this one invention that is why this country is better, or you know what I mean? Like, yes, it gave them some advantage, but it wasn't all the advantage, right? Like, right. So that's why like historians don't try to say this is the one thing that changed everything, right?
Tactics like cavalry charges, musket firing lines, etc., had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and this was the first major war that had fought dramatically different from that archetype. This was the first war where armies realized that changing technology was something that had to happen in months rather than decades.
Oh, hello, DJ. What if alt hits the results of a dweeb not being shoved? Well, also great to find your metrics. I know, exactly. Like, but like every time that we fill up this meter here, the one for the books, because this one is the history of U.S. capitalism in Latin America. So very much, goes towards my research of like, the United States and its involvement in Latin America, right? So if people would like to help, donate to it and sponsor it, that would be great. But every time we fill it up, then we get to watch one like bad history video. The last one on Chinese civilization was just bad. It was so, oh my gosh, it was funny, but it was just so bad. But yes, hi from Canada. Oh, hello. Is this about Mexican Revolution? Sadly not. Constantinople. I was just listening to the Revolutions podcast. Oh, interesting. Ever since Mexico swore it would remember the less enough mobility, release the Chevy infantry. Right? Yeah, for real.
Also, it was very unclear what changes would result in a breakthrough. The World War I generals tried a huge amount of things, whether poison gas, extraordinary amounts of artillery fire, building enormous craters in the enemy line.
Okay, this looks like fireworks. Like, this does not seem like lots of artillery fire. This looks like this looks like a fireworks factory lit on fire. But okay.
Infiltration tactics, attacking different geographic regions, and any of these could have broken the Western Front if things went well. No.
he showed Gallipoli, and then is talking about the Western Front. Bro, that's like the Western Front of what? Like the Turkish Front? Like, I don't know. That's the Ottoman Front? I don't know.
No one knew the tank was the thing that would finally end trench warfare. A big issue was that radio was not advanced enough for an army of this era to coordinate offensives in the large regions that were being fought over, and the machine gun and barbed wire made the defensive unbelievably powerful. People often criticize leaders of this era for not ending the war with a peace before all the death. This ignores the...
I mean, there wasn't a need for the war in the first place except because of, imperialist reasons, right? Like, once you have the division of the world by the different imperialist powers, war between them becomes inevitable, right? And you see this because technically the three other imperialist powers, the United States, France, and Britain, they all made sure that the capitalist aspects of Germany were the parts that were damaged the most, right? Like, that's why the Saarland and the Rhineland were, under French and Belgian co-occupation, right? Why the French got reparations and the British got reparations and blah blah blah, right? So it's like, I love history nerds. Wait, what are we watching? This is What If Alt Hist, but it's me looking at his idea of historical misconceptions and me trying to like add some correct stuff to it.
The populations involved were unbelievably bloodthirsty. The start of the war was great.
This is okay. Literally, Zygmunt Bauman, like in 1989, was like, "Please stop doing this." But
with joy and excitement. Well, the massive casualties are seen as a justification for the war, since national honor demanded revenge and the burning of the enemy capital as retribution.
What? Okay, whatever. People feel. Oh no, this is literally what Bauman was talking about yesterday in our reading. Just saying that a war started during a real bad juncture in military technology favored the defensive. Blah 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 blah. The demographic youth bulge. I mean, okay, you can look if people want to look at demographics charts. I don't like to because I don't like to. But Germany's birth rate, right, has been falling since the 19th century. It's all of them have been falling. The in the advanced capitalist countries, quote unquote, right? It was falling before World War II, and it kept falling after World War II, right? So like this whole thing of like, oh, suddenly there was this like wellspring of it. That's not the case. So, but I don't know what demographic youth bulge is supposed to mean, but okay. They created lots of aggression and energy. So this is like there were a lot of dudes, a lot of young dudes, and they had very high testosterone. They were all taking creatine. It wasn't very comforting to the millions who suffered in the war. So because of listening to Jim Bros, the First World War happened. Okay. So that's what he's running with. Jim Bros caused the First World War. Okay. I get it now. Similarly, after the war, when the adrenaline ran off, bro, what the weird, like, this is weird to attribute like stuff like regarding your pituitary gland and your adrenal glands and such, right, as being like the cause for war, right? It's like it was such an adrenaline rush. Like, calm down, Alex Jones. How is he still employed? Well, because he just does this. Um, People didn't want to admit that they were part of collective madness. Again, Zygmunt Bauman talks that this was not true. Or bloodthirstiness that let the war happen. Okay, I'm so glad that we actually did read Zygmunt Bauman yesterday because now you can see why Zygmunt Bauman is important for the research that I do, right? Like, you can see why. Because you have people trying to argue this. Okay. It was easier on both accounts just to blame the leadership. I'm pretty sure that if it wasn't for the leadership declaring war, there wouldn't have been, necessarily speaking, a war, right? Like, as such, anyway, right? Like, it kind of needs the people at the very top to make the war go on and happen. Because, like, I don't know. It's just weird. His job is to upset teenagers or to just get them riled up. Isn't he... I don't know what he is. No, because he's like a libertarian. He's like a libertarian. So he's like really strangely, like almost like ANCAP type thought. Yes, he is. But we're watching this because, again, if you help sponsor a book, right here, right, for my own research, then I like to look over bad history and try to, like, correct it. Blah blah blah. But yeah, he is spewing bullshit as always. Okay.
For your son's death. Any government that made a peace before the end would have collapsed, either due to losing the election.
Very ANCAP.
Number 10, Oriental despotism.
Oh god, don't. Right away, I'm like, don't say that. As if he can hear me. Don't say that.
There's this tendency to view the states coming out of the Middle East as some sort of big red blob that washed.
By whom? Who thinks of this as the quote unquote average big red blob? Cause I don't. Like yes. Oh, thank you so much, Boy Meets Mini. Thank you so much. Trump said that the Democrats would abort 9 months of. Let's see if that happens. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's happening. Why the the what's it called? The notifications for Twitch aren't showing up. That's weird. Alert, life alert, or. But thank you so much for your resubscription. I appreciate that. Yeah, literally, like, yeah. So everybody thinks of this as just a red blob. Bro, do you know, like, that even just in this piece of land right here, historical Palestine, there are more than two, like, ethnic groups, right? You do know this, right? Two, and more than two ethno-religious groups as well, right? Like,
over Europe and fight some battle like Salamis, Vienna, Constantinople, or Tours, and then return to their lairs, normally with hordes of peasants.
their layers, bro. Their layers. Their layers. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't know. It's just a little bit like,
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
for real. Like, layers. Oh my gosh.
Being whipped into human waves. In fact, many of the Middle Eastern empires were immensely subtle regimes that could be very nice places to live.
I mean, like, him saying that, even in this way, sounds like he's being negative about it somehow, right? Like, I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't sound good somehow. Like, the way how he's saying it. Like, oh, they could have been pleasant places to live. Because I feel like there's a but about to show up. Oh, increasing the volume. Yes.
The Persian Empire that fought the Greeks was a very tolerant, wealthy, well-run, developed state. By every metric except intellectual ferment.
This isn't Persia. This is Babylon. This is literally called the Babylonian Gate. Like, this is literally in Berlin. But, yeah.
The Persian Empire would be the first world, and the Greeks were a second world backwater.
Oh, interesting. Isn't that interesting how, like, he can't ever have European countries and cultures be third world. They have to be, like, yeah, the big blue one with the cool animals. Yeah, it's Babylonian, right? So this isn't even ancient Persia. Like, this is ancient Babylon, which was, just... Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know why, like, stuff like that is. Yeah. But, I don't know, there's just some...
There were many equally pleasant, humane Middle Eastern regimes, like the...
Like, see, like, when he says that, oh, well, there were many pleasantly humane regimes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He's like... And, like, it sounds like, okay, like, you know, like, when Trump said, I forget what it was, but it was something like, and some, I imagine, or some, I would think, are good people, right? Like, that's literally how this is sounding, right? It's like, oh, well, like, I'm sure that, living in the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, right? It could have been nice and, probably advanced to blah, blah, blah. It's like, literally, yes, it was, to the point where many people did go move there because it literally was definitely better than any place in Europe, that's for sure. But anti-imperialist empires, yeah, the backhanded compliment, exactly. So, and I mean, look at this. Like, Baghdad was originally designed to be a city of concentric circles, right? I've always found that to be fascinating to me, like that as a design, because they're really, if people bring up Sarasota, Florida, just know. But, like, in terms of an actual city, not just endless Florida suburbs, but, like, a city to be designed in this way, to me, has always been, like, extremely fascinating, because this rendering here is, to some degree, somewhat accurate. Right? Very fine people on both sides. Yeah, exactly.
Abbasids, Umayyads, and Parthians. In the 16th century, you could easily claim that the prosperous, fairly tolerant, relatively free, and vast Ottoman Empire would be the best place in the world to live.
Yeah, in the 16th century, yes, you would have, because it literally. Where do you think all of the people that were expelled from Iberia went to? The Ottoman Empire, to the point where the Ottoman Sultan sent ships to go help them leave, and he even said, like, do they even realize how much they've lost by doing this? Right? Like how much the Spaniards, like what they've done, right? Like how they've like what they've done to themselves by doing this, and allow Jewish people to live in his empire. Right? Like, yes, it was, because otherwise you had the Inquisition, right? So yeah, I would rather have lived in the Ottoman Empire than, I don't know, had to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune with the Inquisition. I don't know about you, but, you know. Yeah, literally the Inquisition. Oh my god. Philippe. My goodness gracious. Yeah, youthful vigor. Indeed.
While Western Europe was going through internal strife, religious war, and witch burnings.
Like, see, like, oh, in Western Europe, it's just internal strife, right? It's just internal strife. It's not, quote unquote, Oriental despotism, right? Like,
similarly, Islam in the early Middle Ages was the most technologically advanced area in the world. The Islamic
Islam was not an area. Like, I know people like to often describe it as, like, the golden age of Islam or whatever, but it wasn't Islam was not a place, bro. Islam was not a place. The caliphate that most people talk about when they say this is the Abbasid Caliphate, right? Which is when you have Abd al-Malik, or was it Abd al-Rahman? Anyway, build the capital of Baghdad in what is now Iraq, right? And this was also when you had the translation movement, where you had essentially, if you brought a book into the caliph's library, right, the house of knowledge, right, that he did not own, it is said that he would pay you. And again, this is, you know, how much of a, you know, legend this is, I don't know, but this is something I have, like, read, that he would give you its weight in gold to have it. Like, if it truly was like, oh, you know, you have a book from China that I don't have, right? I will pay you its weight in gold for you to give it to me, so that way I can have it in my library, right? And there were about 40 big translators that we know of that translated everything into Arabic. This was a huge thing, because this is what actually saved Aristotle, etc., blah, blah, blah. Like, a lot of people often don't realize that the stuff that like we have that is Aristotle, Plato, blah, 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 was literally retranslated back into Greek, you know, and Latin, you know, and then and Latin first a lot of times, and then into Greek, right? Because the only place that had it was, you know, the Abbasid Caliphate, and later on, like, the Ottomans, for example. So, like, this whole thing of, like, the Greeks did not keep that. In fact, I remember, I forget which caliph it was, but I remember that they had been defeated by they had decided to sign a treaty with the Byzantines, right? That, like, they had fought a war, and in their truce, or like their, you know, their treaty to end the war, they said that they would not continue invading further into Anatolia if they would give, and like what the caliph wanted in return was a copy of Ptolemy's Almagest. Like, that's what he wanted. He wanted a book in return, you know. And like, now it's like, wow, like, you know, Oh, thank you so much, Keiki. I appreciate that. Interesting. And as my homie Shakespeare and I like to remind people, the Spanish Inquisition was no joke. Yeah, I don't like pictures of women. Or anybody, right? Like when people focus. I mean, people do focus on women, and that is completely warranted. But another thing too was like anybody that was queer in any way, right? And this is the strange thing too. Like when people say like when it happened in England, right? They could convict you on thought crime. So if you ever thought about making a deal with the devil for something, that made you guilty, right? And I remember once I met with a scholar that essentially was trying to argue, therefore they were guilty, right? And I'm like, no, like you don't like one. If everybody's talking about doing these deals, right? And there's already the medieval story of like Dr. Faustus, right? Then, just because a fleeting thought happens through someone's head doesn't mean that they should be put through witch trials, right? But at this time also, they thought that familiars, right? Like the little demon things that, witches and I guess warlocks, male witches, blah, 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 whatever it would have, was made of compressed air, right? That it wasn't real. It was this idea that like they weren't making something real because only, God can create something, right? So it was like one of the crimes was dissimulation, right? And so one of the ways they did this was by creating familiars, right? That were made out of compressed air. I'm not even joking. It's literally like compressed air means that that's a demon, right? Because the whole point is that it looked like something, right? That was their idea. So chat, Shakespeare, if you would like to contribute to my throne, I would appreciate it. Again, I always am ever appreciative of anything anybody would do to help me in any way. So it's funny when we thought no one would ever think of such atrocities again. Well, Ireland did a similar job after what the mainland Europe called the Dark Ages to a small degree. Yeah, making a deal with anyone who didn't agree with the evangelical patriarchy. Oh yeah, they were afraid of science, called it black, which is strange because then like right after the fact, right, like then you start to get like when you start getting more into like the Elizabethan period, right? Then you have a court magician. Like John Dee was Queen Elizabeth's like on call magician. Like, oh yeah, I need you to like cast me some spells. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of this, anyway.
World, even though having a much less scientific worldview than the West, had rough technological parity until around.
What? How did they have a less scientific? Like, the scientific method was already developed before it was ever elaborated in Europe. Like, it doesn't matter where it starts. That's the problem, right? It's only Europeans, right, that want that need it to be in Europe, right? Because they need Europe to be special, right? That's the problem, right? Like, that's why when people respond, well, then why do you care that it happened here? It's not that we care that it happened there as such. It's that we're saying it doesn't matter where it came from, right? But that, right, the people that need it to be a European thing are doing it for a purpose, right? They need it to be the case, right? So Europe and the Middle East have been in a near permanent state of war for 2,500 years. What? How could this be if up until up until a good 1,000 years, right after the year zero, well, let's say, if not even a little bit longer, most of the Middle East, quote unquote, right, was part of a European empire, like the Eastern Roman Empire. Like this is just, I mean this would put it back even to ancient Greece, right? But the Greeks don't see themselves as quote unquote Europeans, right? They see themselves more like Egyptians or the Persians, right? And this is why like they will often insert themselves into their religious practices, right? Hence you have Hermes, and just different things. But you don't have them seeing them culturally viewing themselves as akin to like the peoples that lived to their north, right? So that's why it's like a really weird thing to try to claim that like Europe has existed in some ideal form, or and when I say ideal, I mean in the realm of ideas, when it hasn't, right? And even the idea of it being like a united, contiguous, thing, right, where everybody is somehow of one common wellspring, and the Middle East, like what does that even mean? Like when does the Middle East begin to be the Middle East, right? He's not answering that question. He's just saying that before it was even a concept, it was already at war with something else that wasn't a concept. So, hello, full of nicks. Welcome in. Queen Elizabeth was a lover of narwhal tusks. Oh, I'm not surprised. They were in Catholic monasteries. Let's see here. And this is why clowns are warlocks who have pacts with Satan, the accursed balloon animals. That's why that is why clowns are Nephilim. Clowns are Nephilim. Rasputin core, yeah, that works. Something can exist before someone writes about it. Right, exactly. Right, of course. Technically speaking, sure, yeah. But conceptually speaking, right? That's where like Europe as a peninsula off, of the of the Eastern Hemisphere, sure, but we believe in universal values, except we also believe we came up with them. Don't think about it. Right, exactly, right? It's like how can it be both universal but also unique, right? Which is something again that Zygmunt Bauman brings up. Could you please expand on how the Greeks inserted themselves in Egypt and other Mediterranean cultures? Like one example would be Alexander the Great, right? Like Alexander the Great, when he went to Egypt, right, he wanted to not just be like a Greek emperor over the Egyptians. He wanted to be considered an Egyptian pharaoh, right? So he did all of the religious rituals, right, that the Egyptians would do, right, for a pharaoh. Right, same thing when it came to when he had defeated the Persian Empire, right? He did all of the things in order so that way he can be the Shahanshah, right? The Shah of Iran, right? Technically speaking, but like the king of kings, right? Like he wanted to embody those things. Same thing when it came to the Jewish people, right? This is actually why Alexander the Great has a positive reputation in Jewish history, right? Because he was willing to oh well, I will help you offer sacrifices or blah blah blah, right? Like he was willing to do things like that, right? Nobody else really did things like that in that way. And later on you don't have that as much, right? But the Greeks, like the Greeks that lived in Ptolemaic Egypt, for example, they would often begin to combine Greek deities with Egyptian ones, right? And that's why some of the historiography of the time makes it so that we know a lot of the syncretic deity that they had, but not about the original Egyptian one. So I may be a bit misinformed, but didn't they basically do the inverse to people in the north, like with Celts and Massalia? You mean with the? So this would be the Greek colonization of of Sicily, right? Is that what you're talking about? Because that would have been before Alexander. That would have been like Delian League, like back then, right? If I'm remembering correctly, King of Kings, yeah, Shahanshah of south of France. Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes, you. And this was the Greeks, Massalia. I don't know, for some reason Massalia it rings a Roman bell, but not a Grecian one or a Greek one, to me. Mexicat. Well, I mean, if you write Mexico, you will get an emote. But yes, if you'd like to help my research, you can always do so on Throne. There is the Greeks knew Romans were plagiarists. Well, see, that's interesting though. This Mexicat looks cursed. Oh no. So the thing being that people like to think that the Greek and the Roman religions are one-to-one the same, but they aren't, right? It's just that the 19th century especially, but also like the 18th and other prior centuries, right, really tried to map them on top of each other. Right. Yeah, I know that it's Marseille. From what I understand, this would have been before Alexander, right? So this would have been during the time when it was instead like different city states, right, doing the colonization, right? If I'm correct, right? Like this was when like the Delian League had colonies, right? Yeah. So there you have it a bit different, right? Where again, I mean, this speaks to what I was saying just before this. The Greeks did not identify themselves with the other people in what is now Europe, right? Like they saw themselves as connected to, right? 'Cause I mean, like they did not see that there were any people in Europe that they could recognize as a people, so to speak, right? That had a literate culture, that had blah blah, right? Like all of these things. And so that's why you do see in their colonies, right, where they wanted to effectively have Greek culture alone, right, at the expense of whatever was there before, because they didn't see them as something to be respected. So let me look here. Absolutely. Shakespeare, do you write reviews of books? Well, right now, no. I could. Right now I'm working on the history articles on the history of Zionism in Palestine, which is taking this one is taking a little bit longer because it's 1923 to 1939. So there's a lot going on, but I want to give that range because I want us to get to the Second World War, right? I want us to get to what was going on during the war in Palestine. Because then I can break it up into smaller pieces. But yes, I definitely could do book reviews for sure. King of Kings could be the gay version of King of Queens. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what's interesting? This isn't true, but you know how like people say like "you're my boo," right? Like you know how that's something that people will say. The way how you say like the empress, right? In Persian and Farsi is the Shahanbu. So I always thought like wouldn't it be interesting if like because the Shah and his wife were like a big like celebrities essentially in the 70s in the United States, that like they used, right, the fact that the ending of it that makes it the feminine, that means the wife of, right, in Farsi, right, that they decided to start using that as a way to say like, oh, you're my boo, right, because it comes from Shahanbu, right? But I doubt that that's the etymology of that.
1700. These Near Eastern empires are often viewed as static blobs, but nothing could be further from the truth. Number 9, dialogue. This is sort of different from the rest of the list in that most of it comes with
So here we have a future picture of WhatIfAltHist when he goes through his through his Nordic face. Basic. Oh, my boo thing would mean my queen, basically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because like when when I first heard people calling it that, right, I was kind of like, well, I know that Shahen Bu means queen, right? And I hear it in the context of cis men telling cis women, right, you're my boo, right? So I'm like, maybe there's a connection there, but I have no idea. What if alt etymology? Yeah, I don't want to start doing that. Okay, imagine the lengths you would have to do to create alternate etymologies for all these different words. Like one, it has been done, right? Like that's literally like before, like all these, like people forget that like back in the day, people, like everybody and their mother, okay, well maybe not everybody and the mother, but like a lot of people wrote like dictionaries of blah blah blah. And I swear, like some of the things that they cite as like this is the original place where it was said is just like, oh, you know, like you know that meme, you know, where it's like source, you know, and it's like it came to me in a dream, and it's like they legit would be like, you know, oh, you know, it is said that Saint Stephen had a dream and blah blah blah. You know, it's like that. It's like saints' lives plus dictionary equals like those types of dictionaries, you know.
Their betrayals of the past in stuff like TV, literature, and video games. The way people in the past talk and socially interact is very off. The big thing to consider is that people in the past lived in social hierarchies that were way more steep than what we have today. In betrayals of the past, class is never looked at. In most historic societies, social superiors were slavishly praised and never corrected, while inferiors are treated with them.
How can he say that whatever society we live in now, right, does not do this? Capitalists are always treated as though they are like, I mean, Elon Musk is the perfect example of this. Literally, like he bought an entire social media network just so that way he could have, right, men of different walks of life be like, bro, you're so fucking cool. Like that's literally, that's it. Like all of the homosocial validation that he's ever wanted is now possible, right? That's, he now has that for as long as he can, you know, keep it up, right? Yeah, exactly, right? And another thing too is like this belief that there was no connection between the upper, you know, whatever you want to call the upper classes and like the peasantry and whatever, right, is like, one, this is a really nice painting, I believe by Bruegel the Elder, but I could be wrong. It might actually be the younger, but anyway, that's not important. That people did not, like, for example, like that one, every king was like Louis the 16th, right? The map of, like, for example, the Holy Roman Empire are these tiny little principalities, right? I mean, like, literally, there were some kingdoms that were like the size of this room, right? Or even like the size of what you can see on your screen right now. You know what I mean? So, you know, like this whole thing of, oh, you know, there was no way for them to ever, well, I mean, like, I understand what you're trying to say, that, like, yes, the feudal hierarchy as such made it difficult for like any specific person to interact with any specific, you know, the highest of the nobility. But the nobility still had to get their clothes tailored. They still had to, like, who do you think put their clothes on, right? In fact, the reasoning why what is considered men's clothing, right, has the buttons on this side, and why women's clothing has the buttons on the other side, is because of the history of the fact that men tended to put on their own clothes, right, historically, and women tended to have their clothes put on them, right? Like, people would dress them, right? Historically speaking, right? This was, again, at a time when people dress more like this. So that still remains as a kind of relic to that, right? And now you're starting to see where people are just like ditching that and just, like, I literally remember once my dad was like, oh, this is a women's shirt. And I'm like, no, it's not. And it was just because of the buttons. right? It's like we've ingrained that so well into this gender binary that we have, to where literally whether the buttons are on this part of the shirts here or on this part of the shirt is supposed to tell you like everything about someone's sex, gender, blah blah blah, etc. Right? And so that's why like these types of things is one running under the assumption that the nobility would never want to interact with people who are of lower classes than them, which is false, right? Because like who grows the wine, right? Who picks the wine, right? Like you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, like there is distance, but there also are the sites of interaction, right? And in fact, there were a lot of sites of interaction, right? Like in church, like in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So it's not exactly the same thing. Oh my gosh, Grapes of Wrath covered free will, but there are much, much better ways to teach it. Oh yeah, Bruegel the Elder and is really good. I'm glad that you like the emotes for this channel. Yes, Come Riot. Come Riot sounds like a good band name. It's not easy to raise above one's station today either. Right, exactly. Right? But there are people who do have to do so because because Elon is about to ask them to, during a pandemic, not leave the Tesla factory and keep working. You know what I mean? Same with shorts. God forbid a man shows. Oh well,
Immense condescension or just flat-out rudeness. Classes could interact with each other, but their roles were quite prescribed. Also, we ignore stuff that was very...
I mean, our roles are still very prescribed. I mean, and it's even, in a way, like, before modern racism as we know it even began, right? It was even different. Because now our lives are prescribed, and this is done through different avenues, right? Like how you are racialized influences what you are supposed to do, right? Also how you're supposed to act, right? Because if you're talking to a white person and you're BIPOC, you have to give them a deference in a white supremacist society, regardless of class status, right? Like, he's not even factoring that in because, to him, it probably doesn't even exist. A real samurai? Yeah. I mean, this would have been more a real one, yes. Unlike the one that we saw the other day where it was like, oh, no, wait, I actually didn't bring it up, but yeah.
Important to people in many pre-modern cultures, such as religion and honor. A big reason for this is the current cultural powerhouse of the world is the United States, which in history is very much the exception by having an incredibly weak class structure.
Since when has it had a weak class structure? I mean, the people that founded the United States were aristocrats, right? Land-owning capitalists, right? Many of whom were also aristocrats, right? Who's in charge now? Landowning, bourgeois, as what is this chart? Like, the United States has very direct communication. Okay. I mean, it depends what you mean, but sure, I mean, fine. Yeah, Americans are more direct than, but that's looking at, like, attributing that to class divisions alone is very strange, right? Because how can it have this but also like lots of egalitarianism? The United States does not have a lot of egalitarianism. I don't know what on earth. And trust, what are you talking about? Like, no, this is not true. Like, I don't know where on earth this comes from, but this is not true. Like, the United States is not a trust-based whatever, right? Like, quite the opposite. This is just wrong.
Similarly, American English is the most direct style of talking there is in the world.
Well, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Yeah, this chart is what we wish the United States was, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I wish it was. I mean, okay, can we also talk about the fact that the fourth thing here is consensual, and that all of the countries are not doing well in this one. You know, they're all in the negative in the bottom half of the consensual part. Could we just most direct? Yeah, it's one of the most. Yeah. Like, at first I was like, like, I don't know if I want to point that out, but I'm also looking at it and I'm like, but everybody, the French, the Americans, and, you know, like, this, I don't even count this. Like, to me, like, where on earth is this even from? And then this here, linear time. I mean, okay, yes, scheduling. Oh, yes, the United States uses linear time. I don't, you know. Another thing is, like, the French being more confrontational than the United States, I guess, you know. Most direct Germany enters chat, right? Hey, buddies, this is... Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the lurk. I love our weak class structure, right? It's just like, what is this?
Read Victorian or Georgian novels and see the way they talk.
Okay, sorry. Okay, when he gave his best dating advice ever, he said read romance novels. Now he's saying to learn how America is, like, classless or whatever, read Georgian and Victorian novels. So read stuff from, like, you know, pre 1770 all the way up to 1801 and, you know, up to 1901, right? Like, just like that era only, right? Just like 1750 to like 1900, right? Like, read that as if that's like totally how everything happened.
Much more is conveyed by insinuation and subtlety.
We're horrible at communicating, and sovereign citizens literally do not consent. I mean, it's weird when you put it like that, Narwhal. But I get what you mean. Would they have Bastille Day and we don't? That's true. That's true.
Rather than directly. You see similar stuff in a lot of world cultures today, like China or Mexico, that have...
Oh my gosh, no! Why does he always have to invoke China and Mexico together? It's like, oh yes, the two countries that are the most alike are China and Mexico. The goal of Western culture is to discover knowledge. Oh, this is not going to end well. Oh no, that... Gosh. This semicolon is doing a lot of work here. The goal of... Oh no. Man, this dude has it out like this. This is like... I don't even know. Technology... Jyväskylä, Finland. I don't know. Is to be stable, harmonious relationships between people. What? Like, what do, like, discover knowledge? Okay, whatever that means, like, whatever discover and whatever knowledge means, I guess. Western rules value clarity and efficiency. If you say so. If you say so. Chinese value harmony and politeness. Trust me, if you're not polite in the exact way to, like, a white police officer in the United States and you're BIPOC, they're gonna, you know, I'm just trying not to disagree openly. I mean, there are people, I think this is for him, right? Like, the like, if he were in college, he would be like that white kid in the philosophy class that would be like, but Malthus says, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's always raising his hand to answer every question, and you're just like, I don't see your hand. I don't care if it's literally right in my face. I don't see your hand. Don't ask people who is senior. Okay, so, okay. Don't ask people who are senior than you difficult questions. But that doesn't make any sense. Actually, yeah, exactly. I know a lot about different cultures. That's just natural stereotypes picked out of pop culture in my sense. Exactly, FLFNF. All those land redistributing countries, yeah. Goal of Western culture, yeah. As we saw in Miami, right? Oh my gosh. Don't even remind. That was just. I kept wondering why, like, in many different Discord chats, right, that they were talking about, like, different types of, like, non-typical, like, for America, or atypical for America, like, cuts of meat, right? Like rabbit. And I'm just like, then I'm like, oh, that's right. That's right. Like, people can literally say the most racist shit and run for president and it be considered totally fine. Uh, you know, and, stuff like that. So, how do we discover knowledge? Right. Like, don't ask difficult questions to people. So never ask professors difficult questions. Just ask, where's the restroom? Nope, too difficult. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to deal with you and your difficult questions. Communicate negatives in an indirect way. Communicate negatives in an indirect way. Well, I mean, first of all, the United States, like, it depends what this is even trying to say. Because if it's what I think it's trying to say, it's saying that, like, when you're trying to say something negative or something bad, right, you're not going to just say, like, but I'm also thinking, like, yes, that the people in America do that. I mean, in fact, for doctors, there is a thing called bedside manner, right, that they are, like, judged on, right, that they are, seen as, like, whether or not they're able to deliver bad news in a way that doesn't make the person that they're telling or the family despair, right? So I don't know, it's just, he thinks only Western culture seeks knowledge. It seems so. The compliment sandwich, right, there's that too, right? Like, oh, we're seeing, positive signs of blah blah blah, but there's some concern because X, but don't worry because blah blah blah, right? There's still hope that Shakespeare, oh, most wise, can you explain? Oh, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. I definitely, I don't know what to say to that. Don't do anything disturb the harmony. Okay, well, this I don't even know. Okay. Don't do anything disturb the harmony. Okay. Be polite rather than clear. You can be both. I mean, they're not, they're not like, it's not like you can't be polite and clear and concise, right? Like, does politeness in his mind mean if you have to say if you just have to say a lot of things before saying, right, like, whatever the supposed succinct thing you need to say is, right? Or, like, formalities or niceties, because all of those things exist in English. I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive, right? It's very
stronger class structures and more recent industrialization. Similarly, swearing is really off. People swear way too much and incorrectly.
I used to live in Philadelphia, one of the cruder cities in America. I don't know if anybody here lives in Philly. All I'm gonna say is this dude, he said this. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. He said this, which is a fact. Hello, lovers, dreamers, and the rest. Well, and when medieval nobles tried to be very polite from childhood. Wait. And when medieval nobles trained to be very polite from childhood, swear more than Philly, that's bad writing? Yeah, if you I don't know why he says bad writing. I mean, I guess I flinch every time he says strong class structure. Yeah, it's kind of like you know, because
We literally have demons descending on us right now.
I have no idea either.
Actually, fuck and shit were not swear words in the Middle Ages. It's a side.
There were no swear words in the Middle Ages. Nobody knew. Oh my god. How how low we have how low we have stooped. Cannot be swear words in societies. Do you hear that? In the Middle Ages people lived in societies too. Where defecation and sex were pseudo-public activity. What does he mean by pseudo-public? I feel like this is a self-report of the worst kind. What does pseudo-public mean? Bro, I need you to define that word, this one term. Just this one. What does pseudo-public mean? Explain to me how it's pseudo-public. Because I do not know what you mean. I need you to do some of that, American directness and tell me what you mean here. Bro has the cheek to question other people's writing. I know. I'm just so confused with this part. Pseudo-public activities. This sounds like a really bad way of, it's like I feel like this is gonna lead to, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I just hope that it doesn't evolve. Cause no, as they were in the Middle Ages, them being in the Middle Ages somehow makes them whatever pseudo public means.
No privacy, they couldn't afford it. Instead, stuff like God's bones was. And
Yeah.
in Quebecois French, you still swear by naming articles in a church, like tabernacle.
Okay, first of all, bro. Okay. So he talked about witch trials before. This whole thing about les Québécois and them using those words, right? Tabernacle, like calice de tabernacle and all that stuff, right? That comes from the 20th century, particularly during La Révolution Tranquille, right? When there was a active disengagement with the Catholic Church, which was seen as collaborating with the unionist government in Ottawa, right? Being on the side of those interests, etc. Leaving the French Canadians to be oppressed, etc., etc. So him saying that as though that's what Quebec did not exist in the Middle Ages. I'm just gonna put that out there first, right? First, I don't remember of any middle-aged kingdoms in North America, that spoke French, and but also, which I don't know if he's claiming that. I don't think he is. I really hope he isn't. But also, those words were not added until way later, right? That happened in the 60s, in particular, right? And those were derived from joual, right? Joual, which meant a kind of slang form of French that literally comes from the word, and I'm not even joking, it literally comes from the French word for cheval, horse speak. I know. So it did actually end up involving horses. So anyway, So that is where you get that, right? It was meant to use those terms because the church did not help those it supposedly represented, right? And try to take money and stuff from, right? But moo also works. True. I think I do have moo. Pretty sure somewhere. Yep, I have moo. I have, but I don't know. Horse is just a little bit more, interesting, considering context. But, let's see here. But to say that the like fuck and shit were not words back in the Middle Ages, that's just not even true. I mean, even the phrase like piss, like to take a piss, like all of that stuff, literally, like, I don't know. He needs to look at the Oxford Dictionary of the English language, because I don't know what this example is trying to be, but it's not what, I don't know.
Similarly, people really swore much less before 40 years ago, and still putting casual...
Okay. We need to go back to, well, we don't need to go back to this, like, time period, but, which never happened, but,
And stuff like God's bones was, and in Quebecois French, you still swear by naming articles in the church, like tabernacle.
Like, yeah, like, and even in early modern English, you had zoons, or zwoons, right? God's wounds, right? But that wasn't a swear. That wasn't like a swear word. That was just like what's it called? An interjection, right?
Similarly, people really swore much...
Okay. Again, I don't know what this is really assessing, because I don't know what 0.00180% of whatever this is supposed to be says, like, oh, this is when we had, the great fuck, I don't know, the great fucking, I guess, right? That's what he's mad about, right? But it's like, let's look at the other time when it was really very high. Sometime in like the 1670s. Like, I mean, okay, words go in and out of use. I mean, that's really what this is showing here, right? That, like, oh, yes, there was a high point of its usage here, right? Particularly when English was still limited to, right, Great Britain in particular, right? And over this time period, you have the colonization by Britain of most of the world, right? Well, at least a fourth of it, right? And then you have this time period that coincides particularly with the Victorian period, the Edwardian period, the First World War, the interwar period, and then World War II. And then you have it being revived as a word. But I don't know what this is supposed to represent. Like, is this in books? Right? Because it could have been censored during this time, right? Like, one of the reasons why James Joyce's book Ulysses, right, which is a wonderful book, great read, definitely one of those, like, wow. I don't want to quote from it because, like, I think, well, I'll tell you this one part, right? That the reason why it was banned in the United States, right, which apparently isn't a polite society and doesn't care about these things, right, and it would have happened in this time period, I suppose, was because of the beach sex scene that happens in the just after the halfway point, in the novel. That's why they wouldn't let it be sold in America. First Amendment, whatever. Eagle screeches, right? Blah blah blah, right? So that kind of doesn't go with his argument, right? Like there was usage of this word here in lots of things, like in plays and in other such things, but I don't know what this map is even supposed to represent. What are these I don't even know. Like, why are they so... I don't even know what it's supposed to be measuring. One second. Okay. The Brits started swearing again as we colonized people of the world. Right. And I mean, again, another thing too is like now this word is used by people in all different languages. Right? Like people use it, you know, in also in like world Englishes, right? Like, which is something that, you know, which I'm sure that people that know, right, like, you know, people that know where, you know, different types of English, like in Singapore, like in India, etc., right? Like, where again, this would be, and in fact, it's one of the words that people use a lot, especially if they're younger, for sure.
Less before 40 years ago, and still putting casual swearing in a genteel environment.
I mean, because he's presuming a genteel environment, but like, let me dispel that for you. Do you know why? Do you know why it's very hard to find a restroom in the Palace of Versailles? Right? Because why is that the case? Because none were ever built in the Palace of Versailles, right? The sumptuous palace, supposed to be the height of, you know, the most sumptuous place on the planet, you know, one might say, didn't have any restrooms, right? It had all these courtiers, all this, you know, all the aristocracy, all the nobility had to be there, right, with Louis the 14th. But if you had to use the restroom, I'm not even joking, you had to go behind that column right over there. You just like curtsied with your dress. Okay? So all of that gentility should just be washed away. Like this belief that like, oh, everything was like in a movie. It's like, bro, if they're literally using the bathroom behind you, bro, at Versailles. So I don't remember looking for one. Yeah, well, people always seem to need to have some forbidden word. I mean, I think it's more of like a, I mean, I don't know if it's forbidden. I mean, people don't like children necessarily using them, but that's more like, it's funny because actually, like, people have become more restrictive with language over time, not less restrictive. So that also doesn't make any sense. As words like fucking shit have become more acceptable, ethnic and homophobic slurs much. See, he makes this seem like this was a bad trade-off, right? Like, oh, well, these have become acceptable, but these no longer are. What, like using chamber pots? Yeah, like using chamber pots, but sometimes literally it would be like, because obviously they're not going to be carrying a chamber pot around, right? So if you're in those long hallways, right, that are like 5 kilometers long, right, people would just, you know, just go use the restroom right there. There was nothing against it. Like the hygienic culture that we associate with modern day France, right, which has like public restrooms on the side of the street that self-clean themselves, right? That was not the case, right? In fact, like this is similar to like in Belgium and in the Netherlands, right, where it has like the like urinals outside, right? Like in America, that isn't a thing, and I feel, and like I know I've noticed that Americans kind of get really weird about it when they see, right, that there are like urinals, because they're like bright green, or like, well, they're not bright green, they're like that like deep hunter forest green, right? And they're kind of like in a weird like like a U, but like a straight U type of shape, right? And you just like walk in and use it, right? And it's disconcerting for people, again, for whom, like, the United States, like, the restroom is this place over there, right, that's like presumed to be in every building, right, which was never the case. I mean, right. But in Versailles, right, again, a place you would think would be the most clean and the most blah blah blah, was not, right. And so that's why most of the bathrooms, if you were to look around, I mean, I'm not saying, start, chipping away at the drywall, but you would see that they are very recent additions, right? Like, they had to cut out parts of former, rooms, right, to make restrooms because there weren't any. So yeah. I'm beginning to think this fool has no idea what he's yapping about. Well, you never know. You never know. I did not know this. It explains part of the high disease rate. Indeed, indeed. The urinals outside were to save drunk, high people from falling into the canal. Yeah, it's true. Because before they... Yeah. Because it's the same thing in Brugge and in Antwerpen, right? Where they have them there, and they're usually in an area where there are bars. It's usually... Which is everywhere. But you know what I mean. Like, usually if there's, like... some area where there's like a lot of people congregating, it's there, and people just like go in, go out, go in, go out. It's just constantly happening, right? But Americans seeing that, they're horrified. But anyway, would that be one of those pseudo social, or what do you say, pseudo public activities? I don't know.
The 1920s just isn't plausible. Another sort of related interesting thing is accent. I speak 2 languages, French and English.
Oh no. Okay, back again. Thank you so much for lurking, DJ. I appreciate it. Okay, he speaks French. We heard him say tabernacle, but can you imagine what if all his doing French videos? Oh man.
Period pieces, both languages get accent wrong.
It's sort of a strange thing that most of Shakespeare's plays would have been first performed in an accent pretty similar to a modern Maryland crabfisher's. I mean, yes, the accents of certain parts of the United States, yes, particularly those that, remained very high, like if you go to like Tangiers and stuff like that, like I think that's what he's talking about. They have a discernible accent that is often seen as sounding like a more British accent, right? And so people will often say that that's what it would have sounded like. But also, Shakespeare wasn't from the south of England. He was from the Midlands. So he wouldn't have sounded like that either, because he was from Warwickshire, because that's where Stratford-upon-Avon is, and they sound different. So, just heads up, right? By the way, if you ever do happen to go to London and want to see a Shakespeare play at the Shakespeare's Globe Theatre, if you're willing to stand, right here, £5. That's how much it costs to stand. If you're willing to do the standing, right? It's not. I mean, like, they sell stuff and whatever. But like, if you're willing to stand, right? Like if it's like the shortest of the tragedies is Macbeth, for example, right? Hamlet is long, like its full thing is like over 5 hours long, but it's never played the entire thing. They always cut out parts of it. It's meant to be that way. But like if you go see Macbeth, right, and then you're willing to stand, right, in right, and you're right at the stage level, right? And like I've seen people where they're like this on the stage, like that's how close it is, and they actually behave, the players, right, as they would have called them back then, players, right, the people, the actors, right, they do interact with the audience, because that was a thing at the time, where it's like they would pull pranks on people. They would, say like, "You over there, what are you doing over there? Aren't you one of those globalists?" Essentially, I mean, maybe not in the Alex Jones voice, but maybe, we don't know. Hamlet has amendments. Yeah. Rudyard doesn't do humble. Yeah, because there are parts in like Twelfth Night in particular, where there's like a dialogue going between two characters, and their names are escaping right now, and it's them inviting like the audience to also comment on it, right? Like there are these breaking of the fourth wall, right? And then they're like, so like, what do you think will happen once Hamlet comes back? It'll be, stuff like that, and usually there will be jokes, stuff like that, because even in tragedies, like one of the things that occurred was like during their intermissions, I guess one could say, they often added in comedy things like skits and stuff, right? Because they didn't want it to all be sad, right? So that's why you see, like, even in the stage directions, like, oh, Brabantio comes back and he starts doing a jig or whatever, right? Like, he starts dancing or, whatever it might be. The Globalist, Mr. Mephistopheles, yeah. They got very Merchant of Venice. That got very Merchant of Venice. Oh, well, yeah.
Before the 19th century, British English had a hard R and sounded like a combination of a pirate and an American accent. But for the royalty and nobility...
No, not like a pirate. Not like a pirate. Does he not know? Okay. The pirate voice that we associate now, like the R, matey, that one, that was... that is the way how people in the West Country of England, right, in Devonshire and particularly in what's it called, Cornwall, right, but just out in the West Country, or just Devon, you don't have to, anyway, Devon, right, and further west, right, a Somerset, right, as well, Somersetshire, etc., where how they speak, right, and it's a very rural area, and it's associated with piracy, I suppose, because it's kind of like surrounded by water, right? Like it's this like thin peninsula that slowly juts out, and then you have like the Isles of Scilly, right? So like there were a lot of like times where like boats crashed, right, onto the rocks there, and then like the people from those places would steal from it, right? So there is that history. But when they did the movie and other stuff like Treasure Island, right, and well, even with the book, right, the accent used was a West Country accent, right? And in fact, when they first wanted to do, I know this recently occurred, but the voicing of Darth Vader, right, the person that they wanted to do the voicing, he thought that he was going to be able to speak in his home accent, right, which is a West Country accent. But then it would have been like that famous scene, where Luke, I am your father, right? It would have been, Luke, I'm your father, right? That's how it would have sounded like, because that's how a West Country accent sounds. So, and yes, if you'd like to go onto Twitch, you're more than welcome to. If you'd like to support me in any way, you can always do so by On Throne, where you could help sponsor a book. Yeah, Rip James Earl Jones, correct. Very true, very true. May his memory be a blessing. The reasons for the myth. Okay, this is a weird name for something. I'm sorry, but I don't want anything to be referred to as the seed of anything, especially not when they mean it in that way, right? Like I remember, like, if you learn certain Latin texts, like when you're learning Latin, right, you begin to realize how like literal a lot of these phrases are. Like, for example, if someone is literally planting seeds in the ground, right, like a farmer, that's technically insemination, right? But that's because the word, that's because it's literally with seeds, right? It's a literal, right, translation. But, like, if you know a whole bunch of, like, people that are very unserious, and they're reading, and they're like, oh, it says inseminatia. Anyway. Oh, yes, enjoy your nap, BB. The United States is the current cultural hegemon. Yes, very much so. A country for which many reasons completely bizarre, impregnating that slow. Yeah, like those things are not like I don't know if anyone's ever watched the show The Last Kingdom, right? Which is like actually very accurate in some respects. Like in some respects, when it comes to showing, well, the first season anyway. I don't know about any other season, but um, talking about like old English, right? Anglo quote unquote Anglo-Saxon culture in the year 1000 thereabouts, right? Uh, and like one of the things is that there is a time when the concept, pertaining to pseudo public activities, to use Rudyard's word for it, and a plow, right? I'll just put it at that, right? Becomes very literal, because then there's the aggregation, right, of things like references to barley, right? And it's very disconcerting, but then you realize like, so that kind of, it makes that connection that really didn't exist before, right? So now you're like, oh, I see, right? But still, it's one of those like very disconcerting moments where you're like it's literal, but also it's literal, right? I don't know. Complete bizarre by most historical standards, which creates how is that a country which by most, for many reasons, is completely bizarre? How is this country different from any other like large empire? I mean, there's literally no real difference to any of the other ones except for the fact that it happens to be on another continent. But yeah, sowing those wild, yeah, as they used to say back in the day, like for men, right? Like especially for young aristocrats, right? To sow one's wild oats, right? Yeah, I don't even know what to say. It's just like, but anyway, you learn a lot of different types of history here at the Shakespeare show. Most of which is brought about by trying to deal with Rudyard. So, plowing furrows, yeah. Which creates an enormous cultural barrier between the peoples making most of the stuff and the societies involved. Stuff like religion, honor, and like, again, what does he mean by religion? What does he mean by honor? What does he think is class? Because I don't know. Is deeply unpleasant for our era of history to talk about. What? For who? Like, okay, all of the red pill, like all of the like, incel type, like they love talking about this and this. In fact, they like talking about all of this stuff right here. And this for some reason. I don't know why. They're very obsessed with this. Is deeply unpleasant, blah, 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 but was considered absolutely vital for most societies in history. I don't know how to tell you this, bro, but like America is still very much a class society. The only difference to, these ideas about a class society in England at some time in the past is that we have the element of race and class, right, influencing one another. So, yeah. I mean, that's why, like, the Spanish had an entire caste system, right, where your social class was not only determined by the amount of blood admixture you had, right, so blood quantum, but also whether or not you were born in the Americas or back in Spain, right? I've explained this before. If you were born in Spain, you could become the viceroy. You could become the Archbishop of Mexico. You could become the highest offices in the land, in the Americas. If you were born in the Americas, though, the highest thing you could be is a bishop. The highest thing you could be is like a minister of state, right? You could not be the top positions. You could only be the second in command. And if you were mestizo, even lower, and, blah, 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 going all the way down. you know, et cetera, et cetera. And like the United States having a literal, anyway, it's Hollywood and the entertainment industry in general reads practically no history. Bro, you practically read no history, because I don't know where on earth you get this, because like, one, Hollywood, etc., right? Like, if they are not incentivized, right, by capitalism to make historical films, right? Particularly if they if they had to make films that depicted history more akin to what it actually was, I don't know if they would do so great. But like so many of the movies of like the 50s and the 60s in American cinema were like all propagandistic films of just like how America saves the world every single time, right? And there were a lot of films, even when like not all of the industry had moved out to California, when it was still in New York as well, that still was pretty much like, you know, there are historical movies. I mean, like, you know, like one of them is like apparently a really bad remake, but of like Napoleon, right? Etc. Like there are so many World War II movies, like literally about like every town in Germany is like has its own World War II movie, it seems. So
more like a southern plantation accent. Similarly, the earlier French accent.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hello. Let's see here. It's the morning. Hello. It's so nice to see you. I'm doing well, thank you. It's good to see you. Those terms in modern history, first medieval history, are a funny thing. A prince was a principal king and a bishop with above his king. Yeah, right. Top Gun was designed to increase U.S. military recruitment, and it worked. Exactly. So, like, to say, like, yes, like, they don't read any history. They don't put any thought into it. I mean, like, I don't know.
Is much closer to French Canadian than a modern Parisian. I could go on, but I'm sure you get the point. Number 8. The people in the past were stupid and immoral. No one will directly say this, but it exists in a lot of assumptions.
Look, I gotta say one thing, right? Like, the artwork is great, right? Like, when, like, you have over here, like, people, you know, like here, like, threshing the wheat and, you know, doing all of that stuff, right? You know, and mowing it, etc., blah, 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 with these scythes, and drinking straight out of a clay pot as well, and eating. It's like a picnic. Yeah, it's like a picnic. Oh yeah, because they're having lunch, right? And they're still working. So, and then this is a really big house. I mean, in terms of like its roof. Oh, I've just been doing a lot of like history, research, stuff like that. I'm currently doing an article series. Have I spoken to Katie? Like, oh yeah, she's doing, I mean, from what the last time I spoke to her, she seemed to be doing fine. So, those layabouts on the right, it's like, I don't know, but this guy real thirsty. Like, look at that. Like, save some for the rest of the people.
We have in our society. We assume that people in the past were dumb for believing in demons or cruel for having brutal public punishments.
I don't know about you, but I don't think that people were... No. I sent her... Oh. Well, I do know that she's busy. I do know that she's been busy doing other stuff, because she, like, moved, so, like, at some point recently, if I remember correctly. So...
We blame one historical figure or another for not coming up to our current moral standards. It would take thousands of pages for me to go through every example, but let me get...
How we smugly think we're better than the people in the past with no self-awareness, written by... Bro, like, I know he's trying to say this unironically, right? Like, oh, like, he's trying to say this that, like, ironically, right? this is what like this is a book that could be written. But if we change this from the plural to the singular, how I smugly, right? you know, that, and also that's a lot of pages for only 3 volumes. That's like one volume would be like that thick. Which, by the way, if you'd like to help me get a volume of a book, you can always do so by going to my throne and contributing to the book. Okay. That's good. I don't expect. Okay. Yeah.
through the ones I just mentioned and one more. Ancient peoples believed evil spirits could infect food and parts of the natural world, and once an evil spirit infected someone, their mind or body would...
He does not understand how people thought about this. How they, like... that. This is him reading, or him, like, learning about it, how someone else thinks how it happened then. Because there is literally, like, I forget what it's called, but it's like I know it's around here somewhere, but it's like there is a book that literally goes in depth into like the actual like text that kind of like, for example, like King James the First of England's, the Sixth of Scotland's, right? The guy, you know, the King James Bible guy, right? He wrote a book on demonology, right? That's like all about this stuff, right? If you were to compare it to this idea here, it wouldn't be congruent with it. Like it's like he's, I don't know, he's conflating a few things.
But we can. When you realize that you could get evil spirits out of fruit by cooking it, you realize this is a society struggling to understand disease without the technology to see germs.
See, like he's conflating disease and the idea of demonic possession, right? Which is like a very, very, very like people like to always talk about, you know, the ergot, as some people will say it, or would, you know, the when it came to wheat, that caused them to have hallucinations and blah blah blah, right? Like, okay, but there also were people that, you know, did not consume that, right? And that don't fall into that direct category where you have this, like, they thought that like they didn't understand germ theory, therefore they thought everything was an evil spirit. No, that's not true. In fact, this is something that happened outside of Europe, which maybe explains part of this. The first like pharmacy hospital combo, right, that we have, right, was in Al-Qahira, in Cairo. Right, so like that's where, again, I'm not saying that it would dispense, you know, perfect medicine as we would understand it now, but like the idea that there were diseases as such, right? Like all of that's, I mean, you literally have Ibn Sina's book, right? Or is it Averroes? Now I'm starting to get confused. I think it's Ibn Sina, but you have no, it's Averroes, with his book, the Canon of Medicine, being taught in European medical schools until the 20th century. So like that doesn't track, like that doesn't make any sense. But he's trying to equate it with a racialized vision of of why he put this picture here, right? Because this is a quote unquote society that fits that in his mind standard, which it does not.
Similarly, when you don't have the ability to get medicine that can help, the placebo of magical medicine does actually statistically help.
See, like the placebo of magical medicine. I mean, there were things that were already synthesized in a way that we can consider it like part of that trajectory of modern medicine early on. Like with, I can't remember the tree now, but like there is a certain type of tree that people realize that, like, oh, if you boiled it and blah blah and distilled it, like large quantities of its bark, that it helped cure headaches, right? Which was like the only thing we really had until Bayer aspirin became a thing, right? Like, et cetera, et cetera. So again, like, yeah, there's a lot of homeopathic medicine that is not true, right? But then there's also stuff that's like, it was helping because there was something beneficial there. It just, you know, whatever. Like, but to attribute it to magic is very strange.
Similarly, in medieval societies which had very high crime and murder rates, and which didn't have the resources to maintain jails.
See, this is another thing too, where like you can't really calculate this going. I mean, maybe you can, right? But all of these graphs that go back like centuries like this tend not to be very reliable, right? Like, this is something that this is something we even covered on this stream. I mean, not this stream, but prior, where it's like, if you want to look at anything before like 1800, it's like, I mean, who is talking about, right? Like, where, like, what institution, right, in 1500, right, is keeping records in these places that, don't exist yet, right? Germany and Switzerland, or Italy, right? Is this all of the Italian city-states up until they unify in 1871? Right? Is this all of the Holy Roman Empire up until you have, the Kleindeutschland, right? Also, you know what I mean? Like, this kind of doesn't make,
And had precious little law enforcement. The law was enforced.
Birch Tree, that's right, Birch Tree.
To make as good an incentive as possible against crime.
Also, hello, the big room. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. But yeah, it's Birch Tree. That's right. I'm like, I know the tree. It's just escaping my mind. Birch Tree. Yeah. So.
Finally, it's easy to criticize pre-modern societies for their massive inequality, sexism, steep class divisions, systems of bondage like slavery or serfdom, until you realize that every single advanced society in pre-modern...
Oh my gosh, I kind of read ahead and I saw something that's kind of like, okay, bro, this is starting to worry me. I'm not trying to morally cop out here. Yes, you are. Just say you are. Just say that you don't, blah, blah, blah. And say that everything that happened in the past was okay. Degree really matters here. Oh, we have to do nuance. Very, very nuanced takes here. Even the areas that were really good by their era's standards are very problematic by ours. Our present day is problematic. I mean, sure, whatever. For example, in the hyper-violent, muscle-driven societies without good birth control, bro, the image you are creating in your own head and writing about is an interesting image. I'll give you that. I bet opium wouldn't. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, how else do we get morphine, right? Like, if not through opium, right? Like, and later many other things, right? And in which childbirth was often deadly. This is why having birth control is a good thing and should not be outlawed. Right? This is why people should not be should not be compelled to keep babies, right? Quote unquote, if you want to even say that, right? This is why abortion rights are very important. This is why all sexual health access will always be one of the most important things for people, because people forget that anyway, I think people know where what I'm trying to say here. I'm just like, this dude is just, I don't know. This is why every single postmodern society was deeply sexist. This is a claim here. This is why every single pre-modern society was deeply racist. But what does he mean by pre-modern? Because the 16th century was considered early modernity, right? So when he says 1800, that's like modernity, I suppose, but 1600 in Western Europe was not pre-modern. That was early modern. But whatever. But I don't get this, the deeply sexist, like, because it couldn't have been every pre-modern society, because Europeans made sure that wherever there wasn't a patriarchal system that they could, right, insert themselves into, right, or to, use to their advantage, right, that it was gone, right? So again, however, the degree of variation was enormous. In 1600 in Western Europe, a woman could be a monarch, often divorced. No, this is not true. This is not true. This is not true. The only reason why Elizabeth was able to even be the Queen of England was literally because everybody else that wasn't Catholic, I suppose, but that she was the only one of the two children, right, that Anne Boleyn had, right, that lived. That is why, because she survived, and there was nobody else that it could go down to, the title. And even then, there are famous speeches where she has to talk about herself, like, though I be but a woman, blah blah blah, like having to, as she said at one point, unsex herself, right, in the sense of like construct herself in a masculine image, right, not in a feminine one, right? But the whole thing, like, this sounds like what people say now about women, right? Like with the no-fault divorce, blah blah blah. That's not true. Getting a divorce has always been very hard in European cultures. Like, just because King Henry VIII had it doesn't mean that then he opened it up for everybody else. That's just not the case. I mean, just not true. Divorce her husband, own property, no. If you were married, there were these laws called the laws of coverture, and these existed for a very long time, especially in places like England, where once you got married, right, and you were a woman, everything that was part of your inheritance, your dowry, etc., blah blah blah, at that moment you stopped to exist as though you were a separate legal entity. You became, and it's the reason why it's called coverture, right? Because your husband covers you, right? And you get subsumed into him in a weird way. Like, I know it's kind of weird to think of it like that, but it's like he consumes you in a weird way. But everything that was ever yours is now his. It is as if it never belonged to you in the first place, right? It's a contract between you are either someone's daughter or someone's wife. You don't get to have property in those circumstances, right? Either your father, through dowry, gives something to your husband, right, to marry you, but that becomes all your husband's legally upon marriage. So no, this is not true. Like, literally, you can Google laws of coverture. Please do. Run a business. I mean, technically, in the most, if we define run a business in the most wide sense, sure, fine. But what that could be, very narrow. Very narrow. In fact, that was one of the problems up until the 20th century, that women usually could not really get into business at all, because that was dependent upon their husbands, right? Like, they wouldn't be working their own business. They would be working their husband's business, right? Just remember the whole ma and pa stores, right? Tyranny. Actual tyranny. Or a state, no. The only cases we have in the English-speaking world in particular, of women who were able to get any of these things, right? Who were able to get property, run their own estate, get an education, etc., are literally the only way this could happen, right? And I'm particularly focusing on England here, is if literally every male heir, right, died. I'm not even joking. That is why there are so few women for whom this was ever actually the case. Like, he's legit just rewriting history. This is completely fake, completely false. That is why there are women who were widowed, and then their fathers passed away, and then their brothers passed away, and then their nephews passed away. Only after all of that, then they were able to get their own property. That was the law. That was the law of coverture. You could not have one red cent tied to your name. Not one penny, not one single asset could be yours if there was a man that it could go to instead. And they didn't even have to be over the age of 18 or the age of maturity, which was usually 21 or something like that. Like, if they were a baby but they happened to be male, they would say, oh, well, we're going to give it to him instead. Anything to not give women agency is literally the history of, like, Europe. Like, it's just ridiculous. Yes, a lot of room indeed. It's a man's world, literally. Harder stomach, gutser. She chose to be chaste to be taken seriously. Exactly. No male heirs. Oh my gosh. Well, see, like, back then they didn't even realize that, like, they had some weird theories about, like, how they thought you could get one, like, what sex of the baby. Like, Aristotle writes that, like, oh, if you faced the bed north and south, and, like, from north to south, and who knows, right? Again, these are pseudo, what did he call it? Pseudo public activities. Whatever you want to do with your pseudo public activities, I don't really care, right? But yeah, people have had some weird theories. Some of them still exist, like, to this day, but they are not as weird. Like they weren't born out of something that isn't necessarily true, right? But that would require, I've seen Pride and Prejudice, you know how it works, right? Exactly. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, he showed Pride and Prejudice earlier, so he knows this isn't true. Meanwhile, at the same time, of course, he has to, of course, do with the quote-unquote Islamic world, because, of course, it's a monolith. An upper or middle-class woman could never leave the house. That's not true. Could only visit her relatives once a year. What? That's... No. I don't know where he got this from. I honestly have no clue, because this is not, I mean, even now where you have something like Wahhabism, this still isn't true, right? Not even, like, and you can ask Afghan Resistance whenever she pops up in chat, like, even because she had to live under the Taliban, right? She's from Afghanistan, hence her name, Afghan Resistance, and also U.S. occupation. And one of the things she once said was something along the lines of, like, when she first tried to started her journey, right, trying to seek refuge in Europe, was that, like, the people that most often were unwilling to let me visit, right, like, when she was still in Afghanistan, to visit, like, the town of my, the village of this family, right, of their extended family, it usually was American soldiers. At least that's what she told, right? that like because there were all these checks, right? And then they would say no, 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 you can't go because they're going to do this here, they're going to do that, right? So again, I'm not saying that is the exact same thing here, but it's weird to say that they could only see them once a year, because that is just not true. And in fact, we know this is not true because people wrote about this, including people that were middle class or would have been in the middling classes, as they would have called them in certain periods of time. So like with Jewish people, for example, like they often would tended to be more literate than the general population for various reasons, mainly because the types of jobs that Jewish people were forced to work in were ones that required their ability to be literate. So but this is just, I don't even know. And were forbidden from nearly doing any work. Like there's literally a whole tradition of like that they're called wise women in Tunis, right? And they're essentially like homeopathic pharmacies themselves, right? Like that was considered like only women can do that job, right? So that immediately just not true. I mean, just that one thing alone is just Orpheus. Why even mention that? That's don't even bring that up. That's just I don't even know. That's just disgusting to even try to discuss them and compare them in this way and use this to kind of, oh, but this society was just stop. Similarly, although every pre-modern society had some form of bondage. Oh no, this is not where he's gonna make an excuse for slavery, is he? Oh my gosh. Dude, this is just so bad. He's not going there. Yeah. Similarly, although every pre-modern society had some form of bondage, like he should not have included this. Like it was already bad here if he would have put the period there. But because he put it here, like this is just blatant Islamophobia. And it also acts that like this is a common practice throughout the entire Islamic world, which it is not. Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, like, it's good to, be able to correct and to, tell people, like, no, this is completely false. And you can go look it up. Like, please do. Similarly, although every pre-modern society had some form of bondage, one can compare, even in colonial Virginia, the voluntary 7-year indentured servitude that predominated the mid-17th century versus the mass forced slavery of millions of Africans in the 18th. No. You cannot compare those two things, Rudyard. Those two things are not alike in any way. At all. And I'm going to say this right now. Never should marginalized people fall into the trap of trying to compare, our own atrocities, right? Because that's often used as a ploy to try to, mess with the fact that we should have the most solidarity with each other, right? Against like capitalism and capitalist writ large, right? But also, every single time that anyone tries to bring up the fact that there were indentured servants and that they could in any way be compared to chattel slavery, which is a completely new invention by the Europeans, right? Done by, and it is a genocide, by the way. It is a genocide, right? Indentured servitude, right, even in Roman times, was not genocide. Mass forced slavery, chattel slavery, was. Like, this is just... voluntary and indentured, yeah. Birth strength, yeah. 100% Professor Shack's hierarchy of suffering does nothing for the oppressed. Right. Like, like him trying to do it, right, is trying to appeal, right, to people saying, well, you you should compare them, right? And I actually had a conversation in the Discord server chat earlier where like I was saying like we don't want to compare these things, right? Because there are certain things that you just cannot compare, right? And one of those things is chattel slavery. Like one of those things is just like you just don't try to do this, right? Don't try to bring up, oh well, when this immigrant group came over from Europe. Don't even try. Just stop right there. Just don't. Please don't. Because one cannot compare. And saying some form of bondage is, again, the fact that we still are dealing with, like, the fact that the word slavery as such, right? We still don't have words, right, to describe the horror of the slavery, and it isn't in the 18th, right? Because it started with the Spanish and the Portuguese well before that in the 16th century. And then in the United States, right, in the Virginia colony, right, right after it was founded in 1608, and then in 1619, I think that's why they call it the 1619 Project, right? But that's just in the English colonies, right? Slavery was already a thing in all of the Spanish ones, especially Cuba, the Dominican Republic, or Española, right, or Puerto Rico, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? That was already something that was going on, chattel slavery. Mexico, all the way down, even into Argentina. So, I'm sorry, I'm just frustrated. Oh, I'm so sorry, good for Gabby. Oh, wow. They turned to sourcing slaves because they were overworking. Yeah. Yeah, on both counts, right. I mean, that's why Bartolome de las Casas, in his a brief description of the destruction of the Indies, right, which you can find many versions of, but the Penguin version is usually the one most people read. I like the academic ones because it comes with like historical documents that kind of show you what he's talking about, right, and other such things. Like, anyway, point being that I think the one I'm thinking of is published by the University of North Carolina, I want to say. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But he said, well, instead of having this, right, we can have this instead, right? In talking about a chattel slavery from using Africans. And he was horrified by what ended up happening, right? Because they did listen to him in a way, but he realized very quickly that that was a bad thing to have done, and that he regretted it. And he does even say, I should have never have,
times had them to a differing degree, and then you start to realize that it was probably necessary for them to function. When your average individual productivity is super low, you need to oppress a lot of people to accomplish anything important.
It's weird that he would say that last bit. Obviously, we know what he's referencing, but he doesn't see how capitalism does it. Because it's like, yeah, that's how capitalism works. Like that last bit. We've been telling you, Rudyard, that's how it works. But you're like, oh no, what we need is more capitalism, right? Like, no. And no, you don't require it for something great. Like, whatever great is supposed to mean here. But, he's over here talking about hyper-violent, muscle-driven societies without good birth control.
Similarly, in a world where the only power is muscle, slavery or serfdom is the way to accomplish necessary yet unpleasant tasks.
See, like, he even repeats it. Like does he think that like back in the day everybody was just like giga chads and like aristocrats? Like that was it. Like that like those were the two classes of people. Giga chads that nobody could talk to. Well, the aristocrats couldn't talk to. And the aristocrats that the giga chads couldn't talk to. Like, what does he mean by this? Like, does he mean it in a more literal sense? Like, oh, we only had like human / animal force, right, to make things happen? Because when he says muscle driven, it sounds like he's talking about like, how does he make a living serving? I have no idea. Well, he has almost 1 million subscribers, and this has almost 1 million views. So, she's living large. The reason for the myth: people are naturally narcissists. No, just that. Dispense of that. Stop using clinical terms. We're so far removed from what life is like in pre-industrial. Why is he capitalizing this? Sorry, just his weird capitalization is just making me upset as well. I mean, I'm already upset, but like this is like, why is this capitalized? That it's often hard to even understand what their lives were like. What does this even mean? We're so far removed from what life was like in pre-industrial societies, so we can't imagine what their life was like. But aren't you claiming that you can understand what their lives were like? Right? Like, that's what he's saying, right? Like, oh, people don't know, but I know, right? He's his own editor. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, he is. And it's funny because he still is his own editor, right? To where he to the point where it's like, bro, you can afford to have an editor, right? You can live your little capitalist power dream, fever dream of like having an employee, if you want to. But he doesn't, he wants to do it himself. So saying our ancestors were dumb or evil, usually if there are people saying anything about anybody's ancestors, it's usually white people about any BIPOC ancestors, right? Like, people always want to bring up, oh, well, the Aztecs, they did blah, blah, blah. Why do they bring that up? Oh, is it because they want to talk about how they were a very literate culture? That they already had indoor plumbing? No, they don't. They want to bring it up because they want to demonize every single aspect of Mesoamerica, right? To justify, right, the colonization by the Spanish, right? Like, that's the problem with this whole thing, right? Like, does anyone say that? I mean, you'd be surprised. Definitely a lot of people that are like Catholic, like very, very overtly religiously Catholic, like to do the whole like, well, there was paganism, and so like, I don't know anybody that says this, right? Like we can say they did bad things, sure, but like, this is just, I don't know. If you say that all 19th century Americans were like, again, who is the you? Like, this universal you is like implying so much here. Like, I don't know. Maybe there are people that say this, but it's not like, academics definitely don't. There's no need to question. Well, first, you're wrong with that, right? There is always a need to question, right? If we as a society would be brave enough to sacrifice 300,000 lives to end slavery. See, now that you brought it up, now he has to do this, right? Also, by the way, I don't think we should count Confederate lives, like their fatalities, as trying to end slavery, because they literally were not. Like, I don't know. I think, if we're gonna chalk up, if we're gonna chalk up to any cause, I don't think we should include Confederate numbers in that. Yes, please make sure to join the Discord. You are all welcome. Please do. Again, sometimes I'm just sitting there in VC while I'm writing or researching or something, so people can chat with me. But also, sometimes I will. I'm planning to. Right, I haven't had the chance yet to watch some of the documentaries that I can't play on stream because, like, I have them, but I know that they would be claimed, so it would be best to just, Is he saying that progressives are wrong because they think their past actions are dumb, evil, like slavery? Yes. In a weird way, yes. In a very weird way, yes, he is saying that. I don't know. I don't know.
This type of thinking is a rabbit hole that can go on forever. I recommend you check out the book Foragers, Farmers, and Fossil Fuels, which is a really good summary of this. Number 7. Industrialization was awful. There's sort of this belief at the early stages of
he's saying... So remember, he's saying this is the misconception. And then he shows literally kids working in a factory with everything that can bring about their end, like exposed. Literal children. Nothing can ever be wrong because someone did it once before. Yeah, I mean, like, this is not a good look, Rudyard. I don't know what you're gonna try to argue here, but this is not a good look. Like, if the only thing standing between this and certain death is like these little threads here, that's I mean, and he's barefoot. He's literally barefoot on metal. Bro, like,
realization were that of horrifying exploitation, in which factory workers toiled for 16-hour days in terrible conditions while the owners grew rich. There's some element of
there's some element of truth in that, yes, because that's the truth. People did, like, I wonder if he thinks that the 8-hour working day in the United States, which, if one can, as we understand it, right, was just like one day, just like, the capitalists were like, you know what, our workers work too much. We should just give, only 8 hours. That wasn't how it happened, bro. Hope you're not going to say that, because trust me, they would have us back at 16 hours, if not more, if they could. Like, Joe Manchin needs for his coal mines.
Truth to this. Although in many circumstances, the worst conditions are cherry-picked for political agendas. However...
Oh my gosh. Oh, talking about the shirtwaist factory fire is woke. No, I'm pretty sure that that's a bad thing. Like, in and of itself, it was a bad thing to have all of those seamstresses, many of whom were Jewish immigrants, by the way, literally perished because they were forced to work so long and could not get out of said building, right? When there was a fire. Like, to say, well, it's cherry-picked because of political agenda. Like, and what political agenda is that? We don't want to work, we don't want to, work 16 hours a day agenda? Because that's a pretty good agenda, if for anyone,
Industrialization was much better than what came before it. There's this really interesting part of the 1854 Elizabeth Gaskell...
Oh my gosh, I know Elizabeth Gaskell. Oh, is he gonna try to say that she's for industrialization? Is he really gonna try to argue this? Like, I'm not even joking. If chat wants to, on Discord, we can watch, okay, like a show based off of Elizabeth Gaskell, and you can tell me how they think about industrialization. Okay.
Novel, North and South, where our lead character is visiting the home of a North English working-class family and sees they live much better than the rural South English peasantry.
The rural South English peasantry, which is just one, if we're talking about the 19th century, there weren't a lot of rural like people in the first place. I mean, like in the on the scale that people like to think of, right? And if they're in the south of England, right, as opposed to northern England, yeah, like this is like I'm trying to think like, okay, they would have been peasants that I guess owned a house, right? So they would have had to live near a town because of enclosure, etc., etc. Like yes, this she does remark on this, but it's also a remark on the fact that like, oh, your plates come from abroad, right? Like your the fabric that you use for your for your curtains isn't the type that is made with British wool or whatever, right? It's not just like a, oh, look, you're really rich, He's made every other, yeah, I don't know.
Being able to eat meat every day and having good furniture while only work.
Being able to see, okay, the weird muscle thing, and now the being able to eat meat every day. But if someone's a farmer, right? Okay, like if someone's a farmer, right? In England, right, when already like farming wasn't that big of a thing. Like I don't know. I'm trying to think like, but they're peasants, so they're landless, right? Like I'm trying to remember the scene, because it's like if that to him is luxury, right? Then that's a very low bar, because I mean, I don't know if y'all have ever heard about like the stuff that they used to sell on the London streets in the 19th century, like the street meats, but like some of the stuff that they would put in there as filler, I don't know. I don't know.
10-hour days. Similar to China, where people will literally illegally migrate to the big cities in order to work 12-hour days. And
I mean, he's saying this as though like, oh, they live in a place where like farming makes them a lot of money. Again, the 19th century farming was not making people money if you were not on a huge scale, right? Like this is why the whole mom and pop stuff, the people that can afford to do that, right, are not the people that people are trying to have sympathy for, right? That's the issue, right? I'm not saying that all mom and pops, because people are gonna say, oh, I know, but what I'm saying is that like people like to use that idea as a way to launder people that own 1,000 acres, right? But it's mom and pop, right? But like this is saying like, because living away from where the investment is in a country, like in England in the 19th century, like in China in the 21st century, that causes huge outflows of people from the rural provinces, that somehow that means that industrialization good as such, like industrialization is happening. No one needs to put a moral or anything on that. However, the effects of industrialization can be analyzed in a different sense, right? But hello, Ferret King. It's so nice to see you. Hello, how is my best pal? It's so good to see you. I don't know why the The stuff from the Twitch alerts aren't working for some reason. Yes, I'm doing good, thank you. What's my favorite street food? That's a good question. Can it be anything? Like anything? Because if so, then I would say, so like in Mexico, you can get a coconut, right? And like first they let you drink it, and then once you're done, right, then they'll cut it up for you and take off all the meat. And then you can put like limon and hot sauce and whatever you like. I like that. What drew me personally to learning history? I think just because as a little kid I always liked to read like encyclopedias, stuff like that, right? And a lot of it involved a lot of history. And so like I always wanted to know kind of like, oh, how did this happen or how did that happen, because like encyclopedia entries can be very short, so then I would want to learn more about those things, and so that involved me having to learn like growing up. Which, by the way, if you'd like to help me out when it comes to talking about books, you can always go to my throne and help support by helping fund the book right here.
Terrible housing just to get away from the fields. We tend to
Hello, Geodragon. Yes, hello. Yes, happy Friday.
glorify traditional agriculture, but it's really horrifyingly bad. People work themselves from sunup till sundown until their backs break. Well,
You know what's okay? Well, one, the fact that he shows this kind of already says one of the things I was gonna say. Like, it's interesting because this is one of those things that runs against, right, the kind of like right-wing manosphere, whatever, blah 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 narrative, right, that like feudalism was better than whatever we have now because you didn't have to work all of that time, right? So this is where he's contradicting that, right? He's saying actually you did. So oh yeah, for sure. And another thing too, like these are tomato plants. I can literally just recognize them just by looking at them. Just like the type of bugs that show up on tomatoes. Oh my gosh, but anyway, there are these huge boxes, right? They're like, I forget how big they are, what the dimensions are, but they essentially weigh about a ton, right? You get paid 10 cents for each one of those that you fill when it comes to oranges. Okay. Now that company that's family owned and whatever, blah, 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 they're not going to sell a bag of oranges, right, for 10 cents, right? Or anywhere near 10 cents, anywhere near 20 cents or a dollar. They're going to sell for a lot more. But the quotas that you have to meet day per day, right, are very high, right? Like other people have to work like this so that other people do not, right? That is one of the things about capitalism, right? It isn't as though industrialization takes that away, right? It's that imperialism, right, and other such things, right, just move it away from the imperial core, right, in many cases, or other things, right, like so again, yeah, you can say, oh well, people were working 16 hours and that was horrible, or people are saying that that's bad, but it's better than feudalism. But it's a weird comparison to make when like there are people that like they do have to work as if it were like feudalism, right, where everything is, like, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say like feudalism, but it's like they definitely are of an underclass that is below the working classes of the United States, right? When it comes to undocumented people, right? They are seen as even below that. So I don't know. This is just such a weird thing to try to focus in on.
Putting food on the table with each harvest. This is why wherever industrialization has occurred, people have fled en masse to the cities to work in the factories. However, on the
No, that is not how that happened. That is not how that happened. The reason why there was the mass movement of people from the countryside into the factories of England was because of the Enclosure Acts that began in the Middle Ages and heightened during the early modern period and then ended in about the 18th century, right? Where certain crimes came into legal existence, right? They didn't exist before, right? Like loitering or trespassing or at least as they exist now, right? Or another one which was poaching, right? There is even an Oliver Goldsmith poem called "The Abandoned Village," I believe is what it's called, where it's talking about how like before this village would have been filled with people who every person of which, right, was required in order to make the village be alive. But now it sits in someone's private property, right? Some aristocrats' some capitalist private property. And now you just have these ruins instead, right? And that's what caused the movement of people into the cities. They were dispossessed of the lands they held in common. So he doesn't even know the basic beginnings of capitalism. Like, he literally does not understand. Even factories are more fun to work in, yeah, because you can chat to your coworkers more easily. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're working in groups in any place, you can talk to people, right? Poor dude's got an earache. Who? Oh yeah, the dude here. Yeah. They're cleaner. Well, maybe now, but I don't know about the 19th century. On the
other hand, a big factor people tend to miss out industrialization is the psychological stress. Cases of insanity skyrocketed in 19th century Britain to unprecedented.
What is he trying to say here? Because it's almost like he's saying like, well, like I don't know, like it's a really weird thing to suddenly bring up people's mental health, right? And not bring it up in a way that's saying, look at how such horrible work conditions that existed at the time also coincides with, right, the systematization, right, of ideas about psychiatry, etc., blah blah blah, that involved people being, right, removed from society and instead being put into institutions, right? Even now, it depends, right? Yeah, at the creation of private property over commons, leftist cooks have a great video about this, right? Like, even if you were to read I can't remember her surname right now, but the book The History of Capitalism: A Longer View, that's what it's cited. It's by Verso. I think it's from 2019. It talks about like agriculture, like everything, how like, once you get rid of the commons and once you have private property, right, that's when you start to have the mass movement of peoples into the cities, and that's when you begin to have, right, like the petit bourgeoisie, etc., blah blah blah, like all of that stuff really take hold as such. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, GeoDragon.
Levels as the traditional village life of millennia got torn apart in.
Okay, best source, but this is a novel. This is a novel, though. It's a good novel. I literally have a Gaskell novel like right over there. Because she writes well. It's a good. She's a good author, but this is not a source about industrial life. This, like, when I ask citation needed, you should not give me a novel. And yes, please make sure to like and subscribe. Which historical place and time period would you choose to live in if you were forced into a time machine? Oh wow, that's a hard question. But assuming I could be anything, right? I think that being one of the people in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad and one of the translators in the 11th century CE would have been awesome. Um, you know, but that's just me. Um, but yeah, like if you're gonna cite something historical, you cannot give me a novel, bro. Like this just disqualifies just everything. This is just like why? Um, Now, if you wanted to use the novel to analyze something, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I'd. What about yourself, Orange Hue? Um, but yeah, I'd return to my young adult life. Well, I mean, I was asked if I could go in a time machine, so I'm trying to think. Well, I would love to be in the House of Wisdom right before because then you have the Mongol invasion, and then they have that scene that they describe, right? That the river Euphrates, right? That it ran black from all the ink of all the books that the Mongols threw into the river. Um, but like being like the guy again, this is saying something about me, right? Right? That I think is very apparent already. But like I would have loved to have been able to access, right, like all of those books, all of those things back then, because now we don't have access to those things, right? Unless they were saved elsewhere, which copying was common, but there are certain texts that still weren't translated yet or whatever. And to be a translator, right? Like, you know, probably 20,000 years with all my knowledge, I could really impress people. Even juggling hadn't been in well, 20,000 years ago. That's a while. That's a while, though. That's a while. I'm just not that ambitious, dog. No, thank you. Try. No, well, no. This would have been what 3 centuries before they invaded. This would have been at the height of the translation movement, right? This would have been when Abdul Malik was, actually, when the translation movement was happening, right? And so this is a time when Baghdad is like the largest, city on the earth, essentially. And you have people from all over the place. Like people were living in there that were from the subcontinent, from China, from all over the place. Right? It was a truly cosmic. In fact, one of the things that disproves this, like, one of the myths that people like to think of Islam in history, is that, like, there was never any, like, religious questioning or stuff like that. That's actually not true. In Baghdad, they actually had a tradition where they essentially had a debate society. I'm not saying I would partake in it, but it did exist. And it was divided into two teams, essentially, so to speak. It was the wine drinkers, right, the more liberal, right, who often tended to be more like agnostic, right, more willing to be more critical of Islam, etc., etc., etc. And they were allowed to be in this space, right? And then the water drinkers, right, they were the ones that were the more like, we have to uphold, right, tradition and blah, blah, blah. And they would actually have different debates about different things in society. And again, that's, that is not something that was occurring in Europe at the time, that's for sure. So, at least not in, Christian Europe, quote unquote, right? Which country is that about? No, it's the Abbasid Caliphate. This would have been in the city of Baghdad. They also had an Isfahan, and also they didn't have it in Dimashq because that was Umayyad, but I think they also had it in Qom, but I could be wrong about the last one. Marxists need to make the 19th century industrialism look terrible to justify their existence? He does not understand what Marxism is. Like, he's literally like... So, he thinks being critical of aspects of industrialization is like not wanting industrialization or being against industrialization. No, Marxists are like, industrialization occurred because of these forces of capital, blah, blah, blah. Not, it was terrible. Like, that isn't Marxian analysis right there, but okay. Shaq said to Baylor, oh no, nope, definitely not. I've always, like, literally, I am very much a diffuser of all that stuff. I always say, oh, you know what? If you're really interested in this topic, please go, research it, whatever you want to do. Or if you really believe that, okay, fine. That's totally fine with me. I'm not going to debate anybody. I don't debate. That would just make them whiners. And I have good reasons why, but, Similar processes occur with the demonization of Tsarist Russia. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I kind of read ahead, I misread this as Shrek. I was like, Tsarist Russia, Shrek. But then I look and I'm like, Batista's Cuba, Chiang Kai, and then I'm like, oh no, it's not Shrek. It's Chiang Kai-shek. But I don't see how the Tsarist Russia, which, 300 years of Romanov rule, which had serfdom, right? Pogroms against Jewish people, right? And, so many other things. Batista's Cuba and Chiang Kai-shek, right? All of which were significantly more benign. That's not true. That is not true at all. That is like... One, like, even if you wanted to argue the whole, like, oh, well, what happened with the Holodomor? Fine, whatever. Fine. However, we should note that that was the last famine that ever occurred in Eastern Europe. All of the famines before somehow are not attributable to the Tsarist regimes. Rather, to the Tsarist regime. But the one famine that did occur has to be 100% attributable to the Soviets, right? And even taking that to be the case, then we have to do the same for all of the Tsarist famine. So what about all of those? What about all of the genocides that they committed against the Circassians, for example? Right. So, like, it's like this is the problem when he had to insert this in here, right? Because he's trying to say that Marxists apparently don't like the second industrial revolution, by the way, but he just doesn't even know what he's talking about. Like, and Chiang Kai-shek, you've got to be kidding me. And Batista's Cuba, seriously? No. And benign for whom? Like, for whom? Definitely not. I mean, anyway. Yeah, the horrible Soviet Union that, fought against the Nazis. Horrible. A certain percentage of the population will always distrust technological progress. I mean, I guess, sure. Yeah, yes, like, oh, the kids these days, they're always on their little smartphones, playing with their tic-tac, Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Benign, yeah. Oh yeah, Paris. Oh yeah, 1920s Paris. Yeah, like interwar. Yeah, that would have been nice. But during war, definitely not. Well, especially because wouldn't have been very welcomed. You're doing against the race myth. Oh yeah. Thank you so much, Orange Hue. I appreciate that. Famously, no Marxist ever tried to further industrialization. Yeah, famously, the new economic policy never actually happened. In fact, they ruralized Russia even more than it already was. Although this book is fiction, that's all I need to hear. Like, oh yeah, it's a fiction book. Okay, well then it's not a source. So just, I know it's written like an it is not written like an Bro, you've never read an anthropological study though, because they're not written like novels. And they're not obsessed with marriage either. So just
generation. Similarly, China is currently experiencing their version of the Roaring Twenties to deal with the side effects of their industrialization. Number 6, the European...
Wait, the Chinese are having their own version of the Roaring Twenties. That's what? What is that even supposed to mean? What does that mean? I don't even know. Number 6. This is a misconception. Okay? The Europeans exploited Africa. I'm sorry, but this is literally something you cannot say is a misconception. This is factually true. In fact, you don't even have to believe me. You can listen literally to European heads of state of the time, and they will say that that's what they're doing. Especially, like, I don't know, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, back when it was owned by one person. It was the personal property of King Leopold II, for example. Yeah. Just, or what happened in Namibia with the Germans against the Nama and the Herero people. Like, I don't even know how you can say that this is a misconception. And this is more recent because, you know, we have South Sudan here, but anyway, this is just ridiculous.
exploited Africa. Boy, this one's going to be controversial. There's this mistaken belief that the Europeans went into Africa, raped the continent, and then left. If we're
okay, one just that word can mean both to steal, right? Like as in velociraptor, right? Raptor means something that takes, right? But also the other way it can be used, right? That's true. Like that might be a way of, you know, saying it in a very, you know, in a old and, you know, kind of antiquated way, because people would not say it like that. But I mean, how Europe underdeveloped Africa, I mean, that's literally a book. Yeah, everything was built for extraction. Congo is a good example, right? But also you have like in the German colonies, right? Like the only place where there was any port built of any real size was where the Germans could build the railroad for all of the mineral stuff that they were getting from the interior of Namibia, and also the cattle that they had there as well. Same thing with so much else. I mean, Nigeria, Mali, Niger, like all of these countries. It's literally like if there was a way to access to reach extraction points, that's literally where all the railroads led to, right? Like it and they weren't built out of some like beneficence, you know. It's just
counting the Atlantic slave trade, that's true. But I'm referring here to the European colonization of Africa in the late 19th and 20th.
Wait, what did we? They could have easily been velocigivers, and we wouldn't be in this mess. I mean, though they gave, well, I mean, I guess if you want to put it like that, they gave Christianity. I don't know. That's a really interesting way of putting that. They gave, you know, they kind of, you know.
Centuries, which was a very different situation. Just look at Britain's investments at the turn of the 20th century. 40%.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll go back 10 seconds because I have to say this. This painting here, do you know what it's used for? And I'm not even joking. Volume 3, I believe, of Karl Marx's Capital, the Penguin edition, Volume 3 uses this painting. The actual irony of him using this painting is just. And again, also, if you'd like to help me with my own research, you can always do so by helping me on Throne. Again, we also have a donor goal. If we hit the donor goal by sponsoring the entire book, we will have another one of these responses to bad history. It's a sign of, I'm guessing, it's a sign of beauty of capitalism.
But I'm referring here to the European colonization of Africa in the late 19th and 20th centuries, which was a very different situation. Just look at Britain's investments at the turn of the 20th century. 40% were in Britain itself, another 45% were in the USA, South America, and continental Europe, with France being the biggest trade partner. Only around 15% were in the actual British Empire.
Does he think that's supposed to make Britain sound good? Like in the 20th century, when the hold of particularly its settler colonies, right, was already being, especially like Canada, right, with the Dominion of Canada, etc., right, and with like India coming to a head with it, is it the fact that they only invested 15%? I mean, it depends what you're talking about when it comes to investment, because they did have imperialism, right? They already had a colonial empire, but they also did imperialism as well, right? Like, that's what they did in Argentina, right? Like saying, they invested in South America. They did imperialism in South America, right? Which is why Argentina provided 80% of British meat, right? And why when Britain wasn't able to purchase any, essentially the Argentine economy collapsed, because it was completely dependent on the sale of such things, right? So this isn't really helping your case. Another thing too is that this is looking at like the London Stock Exchange, so to speak, right? This is looking at people in London investing in this, right? Not presuming that there are already colonial like administrators and stuff doing investment here already, right? Like, that's the problem with what he's saying, is that he's looking at it only from London. Like, if they do it in London, then it's them investing. But like Cecil Rhodes did it whilst living in Africa. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't in London, he was in South Africa, right? Like, he founded De Beers, right? And from that, he was able to finance all of these things, right? So, yeah, I don't know. This is just very, very strange. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that it's had another thing too. I've heard that Argentina has very wonderful meat, in terms of like beef and cabrito and all of these different things that you can do, right? In fact, that's why they have the asado, right, which is like their national dish, right? Where they give you like a little grill, and they have like sausages that are in rings and such, right? But the point being that like they took over the subcontinent and a continent, Mister. What are you saying? Yeah, another thing is like how much investment needs to go. Like the fact that there is such little investment in said colonies, right? Particularly the ones in, also shows that again it's for extraction, right? Because they're not going to be building up all of this infrastructure and like homes and all of this stuff if it's not for a particular purpose, right? For the extraction of diamonds or gold or coffee. So,
which the White Dominions and India were the biggest partners. Meanwhile, Africa made up less than 2%. Nearly every African colony cost the Europeans far more than they got out of it.
This is just wow. He has now thoroughly debunked the influential book "How England Overdeveloped Africa." Yeah, this is something that yeah, it's colonies that could only trade with Britain, by the way. That had like spices, which the British had no use for anyway. gold, diamonds, coffee, tea. Oh yeah, it cost them much more than what they got out of it. Bro, you don't... Who was the Elon Musk of the 15th century? Would it have been the... Gosh, what's their name? They were German bankers. A famous family. No, not them. They were German, but I just can't remember their name off the top of my head right now. But they were famous. Like they became one of the most famously wealthy. Yeah, the Fugger family. That's right. The Fugger family. They probably would be the closest.
Europeans didn't even colonize Africa for money. The Industrial Revolution...
What? The Europeans did not colonize Africa for money? Then tell me, Rudyard, what did they colonize Africa for? Because if they didn't do it for the money, then why? Like, that's just, whoa. Wow. Talk about reaching David Irving levels of denial. For Starburst and Skittles, you sound like... It was charity, yeah. Yeah, the Fugger family, yeah.
Created such a technological barrier, and the Europeans in general just bribed local chieftains, that the Europeans colonized Africa mostly for pride. The French did it...
For pride? What? They did it because they wanted to feel proud in their masculinity. You've got to be... For pride. Oh, good British pride. Yeah. There's no words, really, yeah. Yes, indeed, you are, Philippe, you are. It was patriotic Viagra, indeed. Well, and it's patriotic Viagra if you were English, and then patriotic Cialis if you were French, of course.
To get some pride after the Franco-Prussian War. The British were...
Oh my God, he's he doesn't. It gets worse. To get some pride. So Germany had to go out to Africa to get colonies, so it could have pride in itself. It could be proud in being German, because that's always a good sign. And then commit a genocide, right? The Second Reich, had to do its genocide too. So against the Herero and then the Nama, for pride. Like, I don't know. This is not going well.
The French would get too powerful, so got involved, and then the Germans and Italians didn't want to be left out. The Europeans...
They didn't want to be left out. Well, the reason why they were left out was because they weren't unified countries, right? Like, the idea of Germany didn't exist. The idea of German people as being a people did not exist, right? In fact, I was reading a book just earlier today that was, in fact, it's The Invention of the Jewish People by Shlomo Sand. How, like, the whole point of a lot of this rhetoric that tries to link together things in the past with French, the Germans, right, is that they act as though, like, there was such a thing as Germans back in 1,000 years ago. And there are some people that kind of find it difficult to say there weren't, because the idea that there were German speaking or whatever, right, speaking people that blah, 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 but it's like, but they weren't Germans, right, in the sense of a nationality, in the sense of a nation, right? They were Germans in that they spoke German, right? Again, like historians would say, right? People that speak English are English, historically, right? Like, if we were to look at Europe, if you go back long enough, right, usually they will say, if you speak English, they're English. If you speak Welsh, you're Welsh. If you speak Spanish, you're Spanish, right? Blah, 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 right? Because that's what typically that refers to, right? Now, I'm not going to stand here and say that Bad Lefty, who is a very proud Irish person, is actually English, because that would just be wrong in many ways. But again, like 1,000 years ago, people that spoke English would be the quote unquote English, right? But the peoples of Ireland, one, were not a homogenous whole either, and also spoke their own indigenous language. So, Irish person. Dude, you make me wonder if you got some of... If I got some? If I have brainworms from RFK? Irish person. Oh, well, I just said Irish. Go mining continents for pride to feed your pride-starved people. Yeah, that was basically the Holy Roman Empire. Same with Columbus. He wasn't technically Italian, right? Exactly. There was the idea of Italia, right, in terms of a geographical space, but if people know the concept of the map and the territory, right, like, to say that Italy was a thing, right? It wasn't a thing. It was a place, but it wasn't a thing, right, by which people could identify with. No, the creator of this video. Okay, I was about to say, okay, if you're over here comparing me to RFK, I don't know, but
It's got a lot of flack for having most of their African budgets being in military and administration. But remember, in most of Africa...
Oh, how sad of the European empires that most of their budgets were in...
There was no pre-existing state apparatus, and with...
Stop. Please just stop. How can you look at this and be like, well, they had no pre-existing state apparatus. Like, what do you mean by state apparatus? Just because it doesn't function like a European one, right, doesn't mean that there aren't such a thing as countries, right? Because people like to map the way how nations work now back into the Middle Ages, and they just didn't, right? So again, like, what do you mean, right? This is just most African... See, he even says regimes. Again, also another othering device. You see in the 1880 map, we're functioning at an Iron Age. Bro, stop. Stop right now. Don't... Who says shit like this? Why? Why? Like, stop saying this stuff. Iron... Like, that's just... This is like when people try to argue, well, why didn't, right, these countries here pull themselves up by their bootstraps and, have their own industrial revolution, right? It's like, do you know how the industrial revolutions were even possible in Britain and in Europe in general? Because of chattel slavery in the Americas. And you already had the colonization, as you see here in the 1880 map of Mozambique, Portugal, Angola, right, etc., etc. Like, you already have all of this colonization. It's just...
Without a functioning state, education and health really don't matter. However,
What do you mean they don't matter? I can see the resemblance. I'm curious where he's gonna go with King Leopold II. Oh, he invaded the Congo to go sightseeing. I don't know, but just because education does not happen in what we call a classroom does not mean that it's not education. Like, literally, there are so many, there's so many books that talk about this, right? In fact, one of them talks about, in the coffee houses of Al-Qahira, right, in Cairo, where one space of knowledge production, as one might say, right, when we're talking pedagogically, is that there was always a culture, and there still is, right, a culture of having storytellers, right, in cafes, right, and again, there is gender separation now, right, but regardless. And one of the things is that that is how a lot of the relevant cultural education, right, was distributed amongst, young men, for example, right, young boys and young men, they went with their fathers there, right. That was they had someone whose entire job is to tell these stories, and everybody gets a chair, and they honor this person too, and he tells sort of the history of the area, right. And you also do have education that happens in indigenous peoples in the Americas, with indigenous people in the Americas. However, in Mexico in the 1930s, they said, we are going to start an education program and we're going to take it to them, right? They did that on purpose. They said, whatever education they're giving their children is not the one that we want them to have. We are going to teach them for them, right? And America's always been that way. Mexico, is a whole different story, but with the United States, that's always been the case. So again, just because it doesn't happen in a schoolhouse and in a classroom doesn't mean that it's not education. I mean, again, and another thing is you also cannot look at an industrialized England and say look at all the things that people learned in a school here and compare it to a place that is colonized by Britain, right, and therefore purposefully kept underdeveloped, and then try to find people for whom to you they seem the most distant, right, to what's going on in London, and then say, look at what they are learning and how it is quote unquote deficient in comparison. That just doesn't make any that doesn't make any sense. That's why trying to call anything anthropological is just dumb. Fascist Italy invaded Ethiopia for fascist pride. Well, see, it's interesting you say that, because there is something to it that the Second Italo-Ethiopian War, and Narwhal actually has watched a really horrible, as in the creator is very horrible about his stuff. They kind of did do it a bit for national pride because they lost against the Ethiopians the first time, right? And they're like, oh, there's no way that we could lose to the Ethiopians. So then with Benito Mussolini, you did have a second Italo, and it was to, bring back the blah, 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 whatever, masculinity of Italy or whatever. Who knows, right? They lost a few times, but the second war, they technically won. But actually, something that connects it to present day. I don't mean to present day you. I know that I don't want to get started just talking about but to talk about Palestine, present deus. Is that the Dahia doctrine which is the idea of using power targets, civilian targets, right, as a way that was developed in the Lebanon War in 2006 when Israel invaded southern Lebanon. So attacking power targets, civilian power targets as they call them, right, in order to try to get the population so freaked out essentially that therefore the militant force, right, in this case the army or whatever, right, that then they will give up or they will, moderate them, whatever it is, right. They actually got they actually got that from Mussolini's southern campaign of the invasion from Italian Somaliland into Ethiopia, because that's actually what he did, where he even destroyed churches, right? This Catholic, Giga Chad, defender of the Christian faith, destroyed the Ethiopian churches, right? Because they weren't. What was the wording? I know Narwhal, if you did watch it, the whole thing, you saw it, right? That they were like lost from Roman civilization or whatever, blah blah blah, whatever stupid justification they gave. But that is literally what they did. Like, they were willing to destroy churches and blah blah blah, do all of that stuff, mosques, whatever, it didn't matter. But they were willing to essentially do Dahiya before Dahiya was a thing. And do the do.
Europe invested far more into Africa than it ever got out, which it's difficult to
Did he just say in the Africa?
describe as exploitation. I'm not saying the Europeans were good guys. They were brutally racist and often...
You just said... Yes, you are saying that they're good guys, right? But now it's about to be like, oh, well, there were a few bad apples. No, colonialism is the plague that makes all of the trees, right, go bad, right? That rots all of the fruit, right? That's the problem that you don't understand. It's not that there's a bad apple that's infected. Oh, no. The infection itself is what you're missing, right? It's fine.
They would have exploited Africa if they could, but there really wasn't enough to steal to offset the costs involved.
There wasn't enough to What? Bro. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be... There wasn't enough to steal. Then doesn't that just... Well, in a way, ipso facto, right? Doesn't that prove the fact that they did go in for theft? Right? Oh, well, there wasn't anything to steal. There wasn't enough for them to steal. Well, why was that on their minds in the first place? Like, if that's what you're going to use as a... Like, oh, if there was enough to steal, they would have stolen it. But because there wasn't, they didn't do it, quote unquote. Then that means that theft was an intention. Right? Like, am I right in... There is a million analogs. It reminds me of Arun trashing the Hindutva bros for being fine with what goes on in Sri Lanka. Yeah, this... Like, look, I respect Arun so much because... Like, one, he deals with all of the Sangis and all of the other people that show up in his chat that, are so, casteist and even racist and all of these other things, right? And I respect that. I respect that 1,000%. Like, when he was had on, I believe, someone from the United Nations, right? Human Rights Commission representing Sri Lanka, I was like, no, this is the real deal here. But yeah, no, for sure, totally agree. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can shout him out. I wouldn't mind that. Part of the reason why Ethiopia lost was because the unity they had during the first invasion was strong and whittled by the second. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Especially because there was there was a division between the Amhara, right? And then the Oromo, right? And then there were many different ethnic groups that began to have lots of tension. That tension was exploited by the Italians. Rubber, what's that? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but definitely, full respect to Arun for all of his stuff, because yeah. Hello. But to say that, like, oh, they just did it, I mean, like, it's like saying, like, okay, I know this is very, like, internet speak wise, but it literally sounds like he's saying Europeans didn't, like, colonize Africa for blah blah blah. They just did it for clout. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what he's, like, saying, right? But he has to word it in, like, real things, right?
I'm not even sure how much effect the Europeans themselves had on Africa. For the 60 years they were there, by the time the Europeans decolonized the average African colony, it had about 10,000 Europeans.
Decolonized, bruh. Wait till you hear about neocolonialism. Internet speak here. Well, I mean, I don't know. I always feel like I'm very, like, deficient when it comes to a lot of the stuff, because I just don't get references, or don't understand what the words mean, or whatever. Like, I'm learning. I mean, I'm willing to. I have many times said, like, oh, I've reached the end of where I feel comfortable with my own understanding or knowledge, right? And so at this point, like, anything, people want to tell me of this and this subject, like, again, I am more than happy to say that and admit that, because a lot of internet stuff is just, I don't know. Almost all sub-Saharan African colonies had white populations beneath 1%. I mean, white populations ebbed and flowed in many of the colonies, right? Like the Spanish, after the Second World War, began to send more people to go to Equatorial Guinea, which Equatorial Guinea is this tiny little country in the heart of like Central Africa, but it's right on the coast, and it is the only recognized country in Africa that speaks Spanish. The only one. So if you ever want to go, if you want to go somewhere in Africa where they speak Spanish, I guess you can always go there, because they were a Spanish colony until October of 1968. So yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, hey, if I ever don't understand anything, don't feel afraid to, correct me or something, please. I said rubber because of him saying there's nothing to steal. Like, what? I know exactly. Like, what do you call what Leopold II did, right? Where it was his personal property. Personal property. Yeah.
And 60% of the continent was still animist. The Europeans worked through...
Oh, no. Don't say that. What does that even mean, bro? Like, honestly, what does that even mean? Okay, see you later, Sasha. Literal diamonds. Exactly. Is Arun's channel name, is it ARRNOW? Or is it ARNNOW? Because I would like to shout him out, because again, I do think he Arun, oh yeah, and oh, why do I always add an R? Yeah, so please, if you're on Twitch, please make sure to go and follow Arun. Again, one of the streamers that always, like, I mean, like, even when he's not talking about very serious, super serious stuff, is also very funny. Like, but he also does have a YouTube channel, I believe so.
local African elites.
Wait, let me see here. The economically uneducated tend to view wealth with a zero-sum game. What does that even mean? Like, the economically uneducated. What does that... Also, can someone see where this book is from? Like, who published this? Because this doesn't sound very academic, but it is. But it just doesn't to me. For some reason, John Gunta doesn't sound to me like a very... Well, one, it's old. So there's that. I mean, like, the cover says a lot, right? For these older books. And Douglas Porch is also not... Because I know what this is depicting. This is during the Zulu Wars. But anyway. By which one can only get wealth from taking from someone else's, and one is poor since someone took theirs. He does not understand how people actually, how poverty works, but also even how people do think poverty works. Because, like, I bet he would say, oh, this is what Marxists believe, right? And it's like, no, it's that they exploit the worker, right, to make profits off of, right? They exploit the workers and get the surplus value that they create and use that to make a profit, right? Not... I don't even know what this is trying to say. Like people are exploited, and because they're exploited, right, they are kept in a condition in which they are poor, etc., right? Like, thus it follows that the richer regions of the world, Europe, is rich since it Okay, see, like, then he follows it up with this. Yes, this is true because it exploited. See, he doesn't bring up that term here, right? So then you're like, oh yeah, no, this is not how it works. But it did exploit Africa. It exploited the entire world. Most of all, right? One might argue Africa. Does he mean they don't know how to invest? I have no idea. Like, oh, they don't know how money works, I guess. But money does not work like this, that's for sure. But again, if someone could look up where Inside Africa by John Gunta got published, I would appreciate that. He's not, but he was pretty prolific for his Inside series. Oh, he's not academic? Oh, I see. I'm not surprised. So, not an academic. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Raven. I appreciate that. They fail to... Who's they? Oh, the economically uneducated. Okay. They fail to understand that immense poverty is the natural state of man. What? What is that even supposed to... The natural state of man. Oh, yes. I want to get back to nature. Like... Maybe the way how we define wealth now is not how we should use to judge the way how humans in prehistory lived. Because they didn't have, Bugattis. But... Harper and Brothers was his publisher. Okay. Yeah, because I'm like it sounds like a pop, thing, but this is just. In reality, Europe is rich and Africa is not, since geographic determinism is no. That doesn't even make sense. Europe lacks everything that Africa has. Right? From gold to oil to silver to diamonds. to forests of trees, etc., etc., etc. So it can't be because of geographic reasons. Like that's just that doesn't even make any sense. That's just ridiculous. I mean, this is already something that, again, historians don't fuck with this, because this is just, I mean, in the sense that it's already like, this is not how historians characterize things. It's an American author. Well, there's that, I guess. Reminds me of when white people worried. Oh, sorry. And historical factors incentivized Europe to create institutions that created wealth. So the Europeans were just sitting around, and one day they're like, you know what? You know, we're poor like everyone else, but what if we created institutions that made wealth? Right? They just thought about it, and we're like, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Because that's literally what this is sounding like right now. They were incentivized from what? I mean, I don't know from what. Like, Inside Africa was part of his series where he wrote socio-political works about different places, including America. Clearly, he didn't distinguish Africa as several countries. Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, I kind of could tell, right? Like just looking at it, I'm just like, that book is like, you know, flashing red lights. Like I'm sorry, any British frogs over here? The only time you start to get good food is when you, people will say that with the United States as well, including, of course, Black Americans, right, who are a colonized people. But like this, like, incentivize them to create institutions that create what is that, like? What do you mean they create wealth? Which never occurred in Africa. Africa and Europe are rich and poor for reasons that have little to do with the other. Yeah. Eric Williams. Just read one book. Eric Williams. Capitalism and Slavery. I believe I forget how many editions it's been through. It might only have been 2, but Capitalism, Slavery. Literally, if it wasn't for the chattel slavery that occurred in the Americas, none of Europe, all of the little pretty buildings that you see, all of that stuff, wouldn't be there, right? Would not be there. Would not be there. The high courts of justice in London wouldn't be there. It would be just some thatched roof, whatever. Okay. It was the profits that were taken from an entire millions of people that were being genocided and forced to work, right, for hundreds of years, that allowed for Europe to look the way how it is now, and allowed for the huge investments in colonial projects the world over. So, never occurred. I know. America explains other countries. Oh, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Who's Raven? Oh, Raven is a mod on the Twitch side.
Whenever possible. Very few Africans saw European, were involved in the European economic system, or saw the printed word before 1950. Number...
What? They never saw a European. That is not a good basis. I mean, one, there are people who have never seen an American. It doesn't mean that they're not being exploited via U.S. imperialism, right? Like that doesn't determine whether or not the exploitation is there, right? That doesn't make any sense. But okay, fine. Just none of that. Just
5. Early civilizations were good places. I feel like everyone when they're 13 gets fed the diet of school education talking about ancient Egypt and Sumer. We always get this sort of...
I mean, feel like that's you. That's you. I mean, couldn't they conceivably have come up with fancy material intensive building some other way, maybe given more time? I feel like the fact they chose not to makes it even worse. Right, like the reason why they were able to create these vast, like the ability to access stone, right? They like the logistical networks that were built over time. They were able to be built in the first place because of the profits that began, right, particularly when it first began in Virginia, right, with things like the tobacco trade, right? Because none of the things that made Europeans profit typically early on in their colonization of the Americas and their application of chattel slavery were anything that people needed, right? Like it was sugar, particularly in Haiti and Brazil, right? And then you had tobacco, particularly in Virginia, but also in the rest of the southern United States, but also Cuba, right? Famously, right? And then you had rum, right? In the Spanish colonies, but you also had production of it in Jamaica because it once was a Spanish colony. Let alone like the fur trade of Canada, blah, 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 blah. Like all of these things that were all based only in extraction and were only consumer goods, right? That were only commodities, that were only, right? Like none of it was for people in Europe to have just for their quote unquote survival, right? So Euro. Cotton is something that did become important, especially after the wool, the height in wool prices finally crashed for England. And so that's when you have something like the cotton gin, right, which occurred in the southern United States that allowed for the mass production of, which like essentially, so to speak, breathed new life into chattel slavery in the southern states. Because now, where before the process of picking cotton was very difficult to do because it was done by hand and it's very prickly, etc. Now with all of this stuff, now they could take away the seeds even faster, which would otherwise have to be popped out of each little cotton fluff thing. So now with the gin, they could do that right away. So now that increased that requirement. And that allowed for the textile industries, which were huge in the Second Industrial Revolution, particularly centered in England, to go marching on. So, okay, fair enough. But TBC, as the doc mentioned, I'm a proud Irishman, and to be frank, their food is much the same as ours, except we, of course, have superior homegrown ingredients. So I'll go ahead and say our food is marginally better, at least. But yeah, but like the fact that they chose to like essentially like remake, like the halls of Parliament, right, in a neo-Gothic style, and like all of these things, right, like all of the palaces, all of the things that we see, right, like the money for those investments, a lot of that it comes from the slave trade, right?
A pleasant view of them. We're never told these were absolutely terrible places to live. I talk a lot in this show about how frontier societies can either develop towards servitude or freedom.
Oh my gosh. Is this his own diagram? Bruh. Nothing that... Why? I like how this is a way to not have to deal with settler colonialism and slavery, right? So instead he has to create these two fake scenarios, right, where there were only two, like this, slave settler society, apparently. And of course, they're three white figures. There were only two other people. I need to get them to work for me so I can get a nice house at all costs. This is like really bad ANCAP reductionist thinking like this is. I'm just like, what are you talking about? So because of this, this dude becomes a slave. Like, what? I do love me some shepherd's pie. Hey, shepherd's pie is good. A free settler society, but it's still a settler society, Rudyard. That's the problem, because there are people outside of the bounds of just this little scene here to whom this land belongs to, and will continue to belong to. That still has to be redressed. Doesn't matter. It does not matter whatever the people here say about the land that they're on. It still belongs to the indigenous inhabitants of said land. So, just saying. There are only 2 other people. I can do whatever I want and no one will tell me no. Literally no society ever. Definitely not any settler societies, quote unquote. I don't know what this dude is on, but I don't want any of it.
The early civilizations were very much frontier servitude societies. Civilization wasn't formed willingly in the greater Middle East. Instead,
wasn't formed willingly. I mean, I don't know what you mean by willingly. like, oh, you like we're gonna civilize you in the sense of like make you live in a city against your will. I mean, you know, this process happened over thousands of years, and only 6,000 years ago was there any real cities as such to the point that we can call it an urbanized civilization, right? But to say that it was like, I don't know what he's trying to say. Because like in Egypt, like here along here in the Fertile Crescent, most people just already lived here, right? The fact that Sumer developed first as a civilization is because it's at the end of these 2 large rivers, right? At their estuaries, right? So they have the most access to fresh water. They have mountains on this side, desert on this side, right? Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like Egypt, right? It's the same thing, right? It has the Red Sea on this side, the Sahara on this side, mountains down here. So, like, it makes sense. Like, it tracks that this is where civilizations would start first, right? I don't know what he's trying to get at, though.
a drying climate combined with high population density demanded cooperation over irrigation to survive.
Cooperation over irrigation? I don't know if he means like they needed irrigation, so they had to cooperate to irrigate. I'm guessing that's what he means. I like how in this picture, like, the pyramids are just, like, at random, just back here. Because that's just, yeah, they just, like, oh, yeah, we'll just build a whole pyramid just right here, just for no reason. Chocolate pie is good, too. Caps wants Star Trek, except where everybody screws each other over. Oh, yeah, well. Like, I guess, like, I mean, this is just a depiction of what it could have been like. Like, another thing too is, here's one of the things though. What's interesting is that Egypt, right, is on the African continent, right, and the law, and this is something that Rudyard actually brought up before. He brings up the wheel and how people on that continent did not have the wheel. What does this have right here? The wheel. There was usage of the wheel, right, in Egypt. However, the reason why it never became as developed as it did in other places, like in the Eurasian steppe, where everything is flat, is because what's flowing right down the middle of the two parts of where people can live and grow food in Egypt? The Nile River, or the River Nile, if you prefer. That is why this never took on as much of a significance, because if you wanted to thresh wheat, right, and move it around Egypt, doing it by ox and cart is slower than putting it on a boat and sailing it down the river. So, just to bring that up, because he does make a big thing about that later on.
Over the irrigation canals meant that leaders could just cut off the water to centers, so freedom was a joke. All the regimes involved tried.
I mean, people can do that now. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, like we can just shut off your water. I mean, that isn't freedom. I mean, if you want to say that's not freedom, well then it isn't free that people can be evicted from their homes that they've lived in their entire lives. Right? Even if they built the homes, like in Palestine.
Tried to maintain control over their populations to maintain their irrigation canals, which was brutal work. Egypt was a caste.
I mean, agriculture is still brutal work. I mean, I don't know at any point where agriculture was fun. I mean, again, like, I will refer to the Central Valley of this state of California, where you get 10 cents for each ton of oranges that you pick. And you have to pick a certain amount of them every single day. Otherwise, they will just kick you out. Right? And you'll try to have to get a job somewhere else doing something else. Backbreaking work. Literally backbreaking work. And they don't care if you're in pain. You got to show up. So, again, if you ignore that in the present day, then sure, yeah. But again, like, when was agriculture fun? I mean, it's fun for the people that don't have to do it and can just ride around on a, John Deere tractor and do, drunk or whatever and do nothing. But it's not fun for the people that actually have to do the work. His herb garden in his kitchen does not count as agriculture, right? Exactly. There's an ad break, that's right, yes. I don't know why, but for me, the commands weren't working earlier. Oh, good. Now they're working. Yes. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. But, okay.
Society. Sumer was a slave one. Many of Sumer's...
Also, I really wonder, and this is one of those things where I'm really wondering, what does he mean by Egypt was a caste society? Because that's one I have not really heard before. There were class divisions. But to say that, I mean, unless he has a really, really, really basic understanding of what caste is, and therefore thinks that any division that is like inborn within that class is a caste, I guess. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun for Bill Gates, I guess. I mean, it's fun for all the people that, like, welcome to our family farm. We're going to show you around. Look over here. We got Jose working on the, like, it always ends up being that. It's never them, right? It's like, oh, over here I got my son, right? Trying to make sure that we get in our taxes on time. You know what I mean? It's always that. Like, it's always like the son is just this guy is just, that's like, Charlie over here, he is going to inherit all of this one of these days. And let me tell you, our family name is going to be known on every side of the Mississippi River. I can guarantee it. But then if you actually, then later on you find out that there was a federal complaint because, they were not paying their workers, inhumane conditions, etc., etc. That's what typically ends up happening anyway. You know, enjoy for sweetie, right? Exactly. It was an empire, an uber empire with god kings. I think that's what he's, you know, it's feudalism with extra steps. Yes, yeah, you know. But then it's like, oh, you know, and now we're gonna start, and now we're gonna start touring the fields over here. You know, we over here we got Jose, and then it's like, no, mi nombre no es Jose. Oh, that's right. We got Jesus right over here. You know, like it's the same crap. Like, yes, I loved.
Wars were fought explicitly to gain slaves, which were about 20% of the population.
Hold up. Where does he get that number? Bro, you need to cite your stuff, like, and not just put random books that you did not read. Where is this 20% from? Because if 1 in 5 people are slaves from elsewhere, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. She sounds like my cousin. Oh.
At the end of the Babylonian Empire, 3/4 of the population were slaves. Many of the walls in this region existed to keep the population in rather than barbarians out. India's caste system was formed in this era for similar.
Oh no! It was not okay. One, India as a concept is not like real, quote unquote, right? Like, yes, India is real. But like that's a colonial concept, right? That's the British and the Europeans saying, "Oh, this is India," right? Right? Like it's never really been a united place, nor called, you know, whatever. But to say that the caste system, as such, was completely just created at this time as if it had nothing to do with the fact that at this point we're not even dealing with the Harappan civilization, so I don't even know what he's talking about, right? This is well past that. This is when you already have Dravidian speakers in India, right? And I've already mentioned before, the indigenous people of India are neither the Dravidian speakers nor the Indo-Aryan speakers. It's the tribal peoples that live in the northeastern part of the country that are a very small minority, right? The Indo-Aryan peoples that arrived, right, the Aryan migration that occurred, happened over hundreds of years. And it's with them that this system began to take shape. And it was not fully done in one go, right? From what we understand, and again, there is a historian who's particularly focuses on the Middle East, but he has spoken on this vis-a-vis India, is that this did not, the caste system, you know, in his own research, developed over time and was originally only linked to, or at least primarily linked to, which job you did, right? It did not become as ethnocentric or racialized, etc., as some people have taken it to be now, right? Yeah, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like like China, many states, right? Exactly. Hello, Karchi.
Reasons. Similarly, these early civilizations were terribly weak. Mesopotamia was more often than not ruled by some foreign barbarian dynasty. Well,
just using the word barbarian already is just like, nah, okay. What does that even mean, right? Because again, like, you're talking about a civilization, quote unquote, right? That does not mean that it was like ethnically homogenous or whatever. One. And two, like, Babylonia as a quote, you know, civilizational space, if I may term it that, existed for quite a long time. I mean, you have it existing to the point where, you know, the Jewish Bible talks about it, right? You know what I mean? Like the earliest things that were ever written talk about it, and also like stuff that's a little later, right? Talks about it too, right? It wasn't like, this was just like 30 years of Babylonia, right? This was a while. A while. Do you think doing these streams helps your lecturing in school? Well, I would say one thing. This is very close to my lecturing. Like, it's pretty similar, right? I mean, it's not obviously not that like 100%, but it's not like, I like to make things interesting and enjoyable, right? And if people feel like, oh, like that's something, I don't want history to be boring, because it can be boring. You know. And I think that there's a big problem where people want to teach it, like that they think that accuracy and historical research methods, right? Oh, well, they're boring, so, you have to be boring too. No, you don't. You really don't. So, yeah. But, yeah, in some way, yes, definitely, for sure. Because then there's more things that I can, I guess, connect to, for sure.
Middle Kingdom Egypt was defeated by barbarians who used bronze weapons and the bow and arrow.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I remember there's a video by another historian where he actually debunks this, like, oh, the Egyptians were technologically like right, he just said right now, oh, well, they had bronze weapons and the Egyptians didn't. That actually disproves that by showing that Egypt did have bronze production already. But, I mean, it's acting like all wars, right, have been won only because of battles. That's not true. Most of the fatalities in war are due to disease. Like, literally, like that's the reason why, like, oh, like there will be large death tolls before they even get to the place. Because suddenly, oh, well, everybody has cholera. Like, never be boring, yeah. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Barbarians had better lives and were better fighters. Similarly, these...
Like when he says that barbarians, quote unquote, whatever that even means, had better lives and were better... What does that mean? Obviously, if they want to become the rulers of Babylon, right, they must not like where they live already, right? Like, I mean, using his logic, right? Because he's saying they are better fighters, so therefore they attack Babylonia, but then they become kings of Babylonia, and now they have armies, and now they're the rulers. So I'm not getting the same inference from that he is. Like, I don't see it. Like, yes, there have... Oh, I mean, this was obviously more true. But, I mean, like, again, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, which barbarians is he talking about? Again, Babylonia lasted quite a while, so...
These early civilizations get a lot of credit for inventing things. But remember, they had 4,000 years to do it, and a lot of the inventions we had...
Again, 4,000 years. That's a long time, okay? That's a long time. 4,000 years is a long time for a civilization to exist, right? And also another thing, to act like Babylonia, when it first cropped up as a civilization, like early on, 6,000 years ago, it was the same exactly when it fell, right, quote unquote, right? 2,000 years ago? Doesn't really make any sense. Like, one, we know that that the language that began to be spoken, right? That that the languages, like one we don't know what language family Sumerian is in, but we know that what is called Babylonian, or what is often called Babylonian, um, is a Semitic language, right? So that's why we know that like the Semitic languages come from this area, and we know blah blah blah, right? We also know that the Indo-European languages are there because Elamite, right, which is the land of Elam, right, is on the other side of the river, right, and that's in what is now would have been the area known as Parsis of Iran, right, and that's where they speak an Indo-European language, right. So you had all of these, this three, prospectively, language families living right next to one another, right? So there's overlap. There's lots of, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's just really weird to look at it and be like, Babylon day 1, we'll say, was the same as Babylon day 90,004. You know what I mean? America's not, no. Also, Against the Grain, Deep History of the Earliest States, James C. Scott. The less we know about a society, the more we glorify it. I mean, Rudyard, if anything, that says a lot about you than about other people. But it also says a lot about people that, like, are really big into Rome, or even the United States or Britain. It's like they usually don't care to know about the history, right? They just want to, We've seen this with the Minoans. We have? I have not met anyone that's like a Minoan, like Hellenistic stuff, like Athens, Sparta. Yeah. The Minoans? No. Reading a book from the 1920s can be hard to understand. That's true. The Mayans, I have never really, I mean, like, unless they were people that were of Mayan ancestry, I've never met people that, well, I wouldn't even know if I would call it glorify, although there are some people that do take it too far in their, like, trying to connect with their roots and everything, right, where they do kind of fall into what could be considered this, but not in the way how he's trying to say it. Also, if someone could find out, Seeing Like a State. Okay. I do remember that book because Border Optics references it. Let me see. Let's see, what's his name? Scott. Literally what I'm doing right now is what, like, being a scholar is doing. Scott James C. Yep, here we go. How to See Like a State, certain schemes, how to blah blah blah. Yale University Press. Yeah, so that is an actual scholarly text here, Against the Grain. So that's good. At least one of them is confirmed. Indus. By the way, if you'd like to help me with my research, when it comes to another book, you can always do so by contributing to my throne. Indus Valley Civilization. It was just one. Indus Valley Civilization. I don't know. I've never met anybody that really cared about the Harappan civilization that much, because there really isn't a lot there, because we don't have a lot of, there isn't very, very, very long time, right? Like, there just isn't a lot there because we haven't deciphered the Indus Valley script, so we don't know what happened, right? Everything we know is only from archaeological evidence, right? Which have been seen as peaceful, technologically advanced panaceas. I don't think this is the word he intended to use here, because this doesn't make sense. Panaceas? Oh, if we brought something, like, what? No, I think he meant utopia, but was like, I don't want to use the word utopia, I'm going to use a word that's related to it, and somehow I gave him panacea, but it's not a panacea, because that's, no. They aren't, like, I don't know what he's talking about, like, Hello, the Minoans are literally named after the the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, The various Mayan peoples, I mean, I have yet to see anybody like read any colonial text, right, by the Spanish that describes the Mayans as being peaceful, right? The Spanish don't see them as peaceful, but that's because they see everybody as being violent, right? So I don't see that in the history of the time. And the Indus River and the Indus Valley civilization, there's just, again, we haven't deciphered its language, so we don't know. What we know is only from the archaeological evidence. So we are part of the process of urban agricultural civilization. We are part of the process of urban agricultural civilization, comma. That doesn't make any sense. This clause here makes no sense, but okay. We like to glorify the people who started the process. We don't know who started urbanization, because that would mean that we would have to know the people that started ancient Sumer. And the agricultural revolution happened a long time ago as well. Like, we don't know who did that. That's weird. Anyway.
Attribute to Egypt and Sumer were really invented elsewhere. For example, bronze and iron working were invented in the Caucasus, and the wheel was invented in modern-day Ukraine.
See, I knew it. Told you. Even in this video, he brought up the wheel. During the first British genocide in England, our population was halved, and whilst caused by violence, the fatalities were mostly by starvation. Yes, exactly. Yes, when Cromwell was doing his war against Ireland, the fatalities, total excess death of the entire period of the War of the Three Kingdoms, right, exactly, in Ireland, estimated by Sir William Petty in 17th century economist, turned to be 600,000 out of the total population, out of 1.4 million. One modern estimate that 200,000 were killed, of which 130,000 were. It's very interesting that with those figures, because those actually are very similar to the numbers of Palestine. But in terms of number expelled, not fatalities, but the numbers are very close in that. And the British very much helped. I'll tell you that. In fact, the areas where the Zionist militias were very successful in were the areas where UN peacekeepers, quote unquote, British soldiers and like other foreign dignitaries, right, were at. That's where they were the most successful, interestingly enough, right? But yeah, definitely.
Number 4. The Dark Ages were really terrible.
Nobody, no historian uses this term. No medievalist uses this term. Because that is not how they view this. Because it's not all about Europe, one. And two, they know about the different renaissances, like the Renaissance of the 13th century, right? Like, again, like people that are taught a very basic amount of history think that there's such a thing as the Dark Ages. But now there's a concept of the global Middle Ages, right? And that undoes this idea anyway, so.
We treat the fall of Rome like it's a bad thing, but by the empire fell, it was a
What tribes? Please, look. You can say a lot of things, but don't use this word if there are other terms available, because this is just wrong. I'm just gonna put it like that. Let's see, West Mediolanum. Mediolanum is the name of the city now known as Milan, which, by the way, this is something people are not taught about in history, even if they do take Roman history. That Mediolanum actually used, and Milan itself, back in the early Renaissance period of Italy, it actually used to be a port city, right? Because it has the huge river Po, right? And it used to be able to sail ships down that river, whose mouth is near Venice, right? And then they could trade with the Eastern Roman Empire or, other places. But there used to be a port literally right in the middle of like this area, which is used to be called Cisalpine Gaul by the Romans. But anyway, but the Hunnish Empire, like, I don't want to call it an empire is very strange to me, because I don't know. It's just, it kind of doesn't make sense. The Sassanid Empire, I guess, sure. Armenia, sure. Eastern Roman Empire. I mean, again, I really don't know what he means to show when he says this, because he's just like attributing to them all of this for some reason, which maybe. But I don't, like, it couldn't have been this huge field of occupation, of battle. Is too much. Especially when most of the areas affected are like right here. So I don't know about this. Like, I'm not saying that it didn't have an effect here, but I don't know. Like, because he made this map, right? So that's why I'm kind of like questioning it. Going to Burgundy, okay, the Franks, right, which later became, Francia, now called France. The Frisians, he put the Angels, bro. Oh, come on. The Angels? These are the people that moved to LA, right? And started their own baseball team. No, but they moved to Anaheim technically, but you know what I mean. The Saxons. I mean, it's funny how he has to put only two Germanic peoples, the Saxons and the Angles, right? Because of course, England, right? The Vandals, right? In fact, this is a Germanic people that they actually came through Spain and then came here to North Africa, and then started to spread out going this way. But it's from them, when they still had this piece of land here, that piece of land was named after them, right? That it was al-ard al-Andalusi, right? The land of the Vandals, right? Andalusia. So that's where it gets its name from. Suebi. I mean, there was also a lot of Celtic people here. In fact, a lot of Celtic traditions still are here. Galicia, I mean, it's actually in the name, right? Galicia, right? Has been wanting to be part of the Celtic nations, but due to the Hispanization, I guess, that had occurred, because they weren't able to have as much distance away from the Latin or Germanic speaking metropole of the countries that they later formed part of. They sort of lost their Celtic language, but a lot of the Celtic culture still exists. Like, one of the things that you see here are like, and again, this isn't unique to Celtic culture, but bagpipes, haggis, like a type of haggis is made here, blah, 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 right? Again, I'm not saying those things are unique only to this, because the Romans also had it, but they seem to originate from the Celtic people that lived there at the time. So, and the Suebes were also Germanic as well. So this is why when I said like a lot of Spanish names, right, are Germanic, right? Like Fernandez, right? It means Ferdinand, which is not a Latin. It's not a Latin name. That is a Germanic name. And then the "is" or "iz" is what it used to be in Proto-Germanic, right? It becomes "ez," right? And that means son of, or like descendant of, right? And so that's where you get, Fernandez, right? It technically is a pluralizing. That makes it plural, right? And in fact, because of the IZ, that actually affected English in a very particular way, which is called I mutation, which is why we say mouse and mice, right? And that we say louse and lice, stuff like that, right? Because of that IZ, right? It affects the O sound in languages, but we don't realize it because we don't have it anymore, right? So it goes back then. So because before it would have been moose and mis, right? And it actually affected the word for book, because the word book, right, already existed, right? But the plural for book was not boques. That was later on as English progressed. 1,000 years ago, the plural for book, I kid you not, was spelled B-E-C and was pronounced betch. Not joking. It was literally called betch. That was the plural of book. But I wouldn't go around saying, like, I'm looking for some betch. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like people take that the wrong way now. But anyway.
Authoritarian organization. In fact, in North Africa, England, and France, the standard of living and quality of goods actually rose under the barbarians. After the fall of Rome, urbanization and construction collapsed in West.
I just don't know what he means by that. Like, oh, in England, I mean, like, England was never central to the Roman Empire. I mean, they just wanted to conquer as much as possible. I mean, that was the thing. Like, the main thing that England offered them was trees, right? For like shipbuilding, but also for housing, whatever. But also tin. Like, that's the main thing that you can get from England in terms of minerals is tin. Betch, yeah, I know, but it's BEC because a C in Old English, if it has a dot over it, or at least now if it's represented with a dot over it, that makes the ch sound. But the S and C makes the sh sound, right? But when French scribes started to write, right, and what they heard the people say, right, they began to spell things differently, right? Because in Old English or Anglo-Saxon 1,000 years ago, you do say what, HW, right? Ash with the macron over it, T, what, for what, right? But when the French wrote that down, they wrote it down WHAT, right? Because they were acknowledged, the H was supposed to acknowledge that the W, this was something that, like, it's kind of hard to explain, but, well, not really hard to explain, but H's in English are there, and this happens in other languages as well, but with different letters. H is supposed to represent sometimes that the letter next to it is pronounced differently, right? Like there's something happening to that, right? This is why you have THOMAS, right? Thomas. And you also have ANTHONY, Antony, right? But in America, that kind of changed where, because that name became very popular at a very particular time in the 20th century, a lot of people that named their kids that, weren't native English language speakers, right? And so Anthony became how it's pronounced, but it's technically Antony. And we know this because Antonio, Antoine, Antonio, right? Anton, etc., etc., etc. And even the nickname Tony, right? But like in the older form of English, in Old English, when it used to resemble more like Icelandic, the H was when the French started writing it out. French scribes started writing it out. They would put an H anytime the letter next to it, or not every time, but anytime that the letter was transformed. The other language that uses the same letter is Portuguese, right? Where, like, you know how N has, like, you know how Spanish has the N with the little squiggly line, right? The ñ. Spain decided to create a whole letter, right, that already says, oh, this letter has been changed, right? In Portuguese, they put NH, and that is their way of representing that sound, the ñ sound, right? In Italian, it's GN, right? The N, the G representing the change, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly.
Western Europe. We view this as a bad thing, so we don't understand
Yeah, I
that the Roman
know.
Empire was trying to support an urban civilization, despite a level of agricultural productivity that simply shouldn't have been supporting it in Western Europe. So in Rome,
Like, I don't know where he's getting these statements from. Like, it shouldn't have done this. Have you ever heard of the is-ought distinction? You need to.
stopped making the administrative and social incentives for cities. They just went away. This was
The social incentive for cities. Rome was already depopulated by the time that the final, right, war that happened with the Ostrogoths happened, right? It was not like Manhattan right now, right? And then like the next day everybody just left. That's the problem with this, Rudyard. People were already leaving because, one, if you were a soldier in the Roman army, right, and you were a citizen of Rome, which, by the way, after the year 236, every free person in the Roman Empire was made a Roman citizen. That is why, like, this idea that people, like, only people from the city of Rome or only from the Italian peninsula were Romans, that's not true. At one point, they gave everybody Roman citizenship, right? If only the United States would learn from the Roman Empire this part and, give all of the people that live within its bounds citizenship, would solve a lot of problems. But anyway, I digress. So they were all Romans, right? Even people that we would consider German or whatever, right? So, but if you served in the army, and also in civil administration sometimes, you would be given land. So that incentivized people to, I don't know, go to that land and go live there, because, obviously, with all major cities, right, there's always a desire to kind of, like, live away from the city, right, like, et cetera, et cetera. The potato blight hit the whole northern Europe, but there was far less deaths in France, Belgium, Holland, and England. For example, UK shipped out over 7,000 full of... yeah. The British made sure, via their other colonies, right, like via British North America, etc., that they didn't have any issue feeding themselves, right? But for their settler colonialism, remember, Ireland was England's first settler colony. Never forget that. Like when M.A. Césaire talks about the colonial boomerang, we cannot forget that Ireland is included with that, right? And so with Hitler, with him bringing the violence of colonialism back to Europe, know that it's still there to this day with the 6 counties that are, under occupation.
actually better for the average peasant who stopped having an absentee landlord to tell them what to do and take taxes. The healthiest and tallest people...
Stop taking taxes, bruh. Like, now you're just... Taxes are the first thing anything sets up. Literally, how do you, like... Why do you think money exists to be taxed? Like... Of course, bad lefty. Trust me, I want a united and liberated Ireland, Palestine, etc. Like, the list goes on. All of those struggles. Solidarity. Skeletal remains in Europe. U.S. native born? Sweden? Male height. Well, which one is Sweden? I guess this is America? So America went down in size in the 1900s and then shot up. Right? Is that, am I like, I don't know how, like, I don't know what I'm looking at with this graph. Like I'm reading it, but I'm very confused. Because what does it mean by native born, right? Does it mean only the white people? And then, oh, this is when you start to include other races of people. So, you know, just, I don't know.
Alongside probably the freest in Europe between the birth of Christ and the Industrial Revolution. We're in the
Oh, the birth of Christ and the Industrial Revolution. You probably think that Christ was born in year 0. There was no year 0.
centuries after the fall of Rome. Actually, in per capita income, in the worst years of the Dark Ages, the average Western European was only 7% poorer than a Chinese, which was the wealthiest.
Look at this. Like, was 7% poorer than A. Who talks about people like this? Like, this is just, oh my gosh, yeah, free Palestine. Free Palestine. A united Ireland. And a decolonized Turtle Island.
Civilization in the world.
Truly decolonized.
However, the good plows that could till Northern Europe's soil were not invented yet, so the population density inside Western Europe was tiny. So for individuals, it was pretty good, but the collective European civilization did not progress much. Number 3, the Middle Ages were...
There was no collective European civilization. I'm sorry to burst the bubble, but there is not one, and there was not one. Just whatever you want that to mean, but there was none.
primitive. People confuse the Dark Ages and Middle Ages a lot, which is...
No, it's not that they don't. It's that people are taught these things as though they are one and the same, and two, this is what happens when you don't have to take anything but history, but like the first semester of history at a university, right? Or maybe, you know, because like to say that people don't know about castles when it comes to the Middle Ages, and like the Viking forts and the castles, I mean, just okay, fine. Like, if you want to go look at like the forts that are just mounds now in northern Scotland, sure, go right ahead. If you want to see the medieval castles in central France, you can also do that, right? But to say that these two were somehow linked in some civilizational way, they weren't. They did not see themselves as being of the same.
It's just dumb. In the Dark Ages around 700, Europe was a backwater. Well, by the time we hit the Black Death in 1336, Europe...
700 though, but like not all of Europe. He's willing to sacrifice all of Europe, quote unquote, right? If England is not, right, the preeminent industrial, cultural, blah 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 that he wants it to be, right? And if like literally like when most people study the Middle Ages that are medievalists, etc., right? And even like early modern period, like historians that focus on this period, the map of this right here, of the places that actually have these dots, is where most people specialize in, right? Like me, my specialty being not this, right? But being able to go into this time period, right? But having to focus on like Iberia and the Ottoman Empire and, you know, blah, 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 right? Is like, you know, very different because of that, right? But most people, when they focus on this time period, they just study essentially these four countries, right? Or these four, I mean, I know Belgium, but Belgium didn't exist until 1830, so, you know.
Might have been the most developed area in the world. In the Dark Ages, Europe was making wooden huts. In the Middle Ages, Gothic...
This is not a wooden hut, Rudyard. He thinks that what was happening at the very edges of the continent that we call Europe is the same as what was happening in the center of what we call Europe. No. There are Romanesque churches, right, that were emulating aspects of Roman architecture that were built throughout Europe, right, by the different Germanic peoples that make, right, Hispanic people as Germanic as English people, quote unquote, right? If you really care, right? I don't, because I don't like blood quantum and I don't like race science, but you know, if you wanna, right? But this, like the High Middle Ages, this is acting like you either believe in Dark Ages or the Middle Ages. That's not true. The High Middle Ages was a particular time period within the 1,000-year history of the medieval period. So from 400 to 1400, roughly. That is the medieval period, right? And he's acting like you either believe in the one to the left or the one to the right. No, both of them coexisted, but at different times. Because that's how history works, Rudyard.
Cathedrals. We have a very biased view of them.
Even the term Gothic, right, like many of the terms that were used at the time, right, initially were used, right, to say something, to be negative about it, right? Saying Gothic, right, was supposed to be an insult, right? Same thing with Impressionist art, right? It was called Gothic because it was not Roman, therefore it was not good, right? The fact that we have over 500,000 people that watch these clowns off of video is a little disheartening, where we have a real historian, and hopefully seen by a few thousand. I mean, oh gosh, I would like to imagine that, you know. Also, I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at here other than like people that are hungry, right? That want a ham, because ham literally just comes from the word jambe, which means leg. So, you know, just so y'all know. Rudyard is making people yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Viewing it as some horrifying primitive shithole. Let me just list.
If people do think that, it's because they don't understand how people are supposed to interact with history. Right? Like, for example, I forget which historian talked about this, but he's a historian of like medical history, right? And he specifically used the St. Giles's Hospital, I think is what it's called, in London, right, in the 19th century, right? Even though it was one of the most advanced places for medicine at the time, was worse to be sick in than in the jungle, right? And I'm saying jungle because it actually does it's actually in a tropical equatorial area, right, in Papua New Guinea, where they could do a similar surgery, right? You were less likely to die of infection, because that's the problem with hospitals, right? It's not that hospitals have advanced, right, equipment, blah blah blah. It's not just that. The issue is that there's cross-contamination, there's infection, there's all of these other things. A lot of people died of that, right? So when he is making this comparison, he's not saying that one is as such better than the other, but rather that people idealize, right, these hospitals in London, right, as being, oh, you know, this is where they had the best doctors that did this and this and that. The chances of you surviving were lower than if you were to receive a similar surgery in Papua New Guinea, in one of the colonies, right? Because of the risk of infection, right? But people look down on the colony, right? This is his further point, because they think that somehow the colonies are less hygienic, less blah, blah, blah. And that simply is not the case, right? And so, like, that was one of his arguments, right? That, like, when we look at medical history, we cannot act as though, oh, hospital machinery good, right? You know, tropical country, you know, different forms of medicine bad, right? But the issue is that people do, right?
Some surprisingly modern things that existed in the Middle Ages. A banking system, governmental...
Okay, I just gotta say one thing. If the first thing that comes to mind when you're gonna talk about the Middle Ages is banking, I don't know. There's just a problem with that. I don't know. But also, to start with, banking industry run by Italians. You shouldn't put run by anybody. Let's just put it like that, okay? Also, Lombards are not Italians at this time. They were not considered Italian. They were literally a Germanic people that were not considered Italians because they were not considered Romans. So, it wasn't run by Italian. And one of the reasons why the only other people, right, that besides Jewish people, if you were to read the literature of this time period, the other people, right, that are also talked about in very vile ways at this time, are the Lombards, because they also lent at interest, right? They didn't care about, because their introduction to Christianity was one that was, brought upon them, so to speak, right? So they lent at interest. And since they weren't Italian, quote unquote, right, they could lend to the Italian cities, and they did, right? That's the reason why Lombardia, right, which includes like Milan, for example, became very wealthy because of the banking system that they had there, right? But the Lombards and the Jewish people are the two people that in this time in the Middle Ages are being talked about negatively and are often if sometimes you will see people being referred to as one or the other, right? Because they both would lend at interest. So, want to put that there. They were not Italians. Also, one of the first financial again, it's hard to say this because there weren't central banks yet. Fiscal policy, everyone was trying to purposefully inflate their currencies in the 13th century. No. The crisis of the 13th century caused the inflation of the currency. But even this, there wasn't centralized currencies, right? Like, gold florins could be used anywhere. Anywhere in the known world, so to speak, right? Even gold dinars, right, were seen as more reliably, they weren't seen as, what's the term that they would use back then? Anyway, they wouldn't mix it as much with baser metals, as they would call them, right? Like lead or whatever. You know how in old cartoons, right, they'll bite into a gold coin and they'll go people often think that if it's fake, it will fold. That's actually not true. Gold is actually really soft, so the more pure gold you have, the more likely it's gonna fold. So if it's the purer it is, quote unquote, right, the more likely it's gonna bend. But I don't remember the term that they would use at the time for that. So just so you know, that's an amazing fact, and it makes sense once it's properly explained. Oh yeah, higher the more higher carats you have, because gold is naturally a soft metal. So you see people biting into gold coins. If it would leave an impression, that's because it had more gold content. Paychecks or paper checks, I guess so. He's wording this weirdly. It wasn't paper checks. It was essentially just IOUs, but fine, sure, whatever. Universities. Look up Adelard's debates. Intellectual debate. Bro, they had this before. I don't know why this is they had intellectual debate. In fact, I know because I had to do historical research and actually do this when I was in university. Back in the Iron Age of my youth. I had to essentially learn and be able to do what Christian monks did in the sense of they had to read Peter Lombard's sentence. I believe they're called his sentences, right, and be able to give an oral, right, refutatio, or like a or like a an argument, right, using the preludium, the introductio to conclusio, right, like all the Latin, right, to be able to do that, right, and if you did that, then you could become a priest, right. So I did that, and I had to learn it. So so I definitely know. I learned a lot about. Well, it sounds weird to say it. I learned a lot about sin and stuff like that because I can read Latin. Yeah. Can you talk NFL? No, I don't know how to talk NFL, but I can read Latin. In fact, before I used to give answers to a streamer friend of mine. Every time I would submit like a donation, right? Which if people ever wanted to donate towards me, you definitely can. Nickel is used for jewelry, a days to hard and gold. Yeah, exactly. But that reminds me. I actually know pretty much all of the biblical languages. Because I know Hebrew and Aramaic. Because I mean, I am a rabbi after all. But then I also wanted myself to learn Latin, because a lot of historical stuff, like because I deal with a lot of stuff that's like dealing with Jewish people in Catholic countries, a lot of it therefore requires me to read stuff in Latin, so I have to do that. So I had to, but I already wanted to, and I already started learning Latin when I was younger. So, let's see here. Shakespeare knows a thing or two about sin. Yeah. Like that the 7 deadly sins were originally the 8 deadly thoughts and not the 7 deadly sins. And that the sin that was taken off was acedia, which was, okay. Dominus, oh my god. The Lord of Sanctimoniousness. Or the Lord of Sanctity, I guess, technically. But that would have to be Dominus Sanctionorum. So, there you go. Let's see here. Okay, everyone on Twitch, I want to just take a moment to thank you all for joining me for this stream today. I know we couldn't finish, but don't worry, we'll finish it at next stream. We weren't able to hit the goal, so we're not going to be dealing with bad histories anytime soon. At least not yet. But thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. But I'm going to go. I'm already starting to get kind of like affected by looking at the screen too much. So, but mainly I also need to go make dinner and feed my puppies. So thank you all for joining me. We are going to raid Leaping Larry. Again, make sure to tell our comrade hello. And I will see you all next stream. So please make sure to get in the machine so we could head on over and say hello to Larry. Thank you again very much, everybody. I appreciate it. also for all of those of you in YouTube chat, I wanted to thank you as well for joining me for this stream. I really appreciate talking about, looking at Rudyard's video, and this one was, wow, its own thing. But I just want to say thank you as well for everything, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you.